Come on in. Come on in now. Auntie Leah is in the house. Yeah, 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 yeah. We are kicking it with Auntie Leah. Yeah, let's get it, let's do it, let's go. Yeah, let's go, let's get it with Auntie Leah. Yeah, yeah, come on, let's do it. Nothing better than kicking it with Auntie Leah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Auntie Leah is in the house. Yeah, 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 yeah. We are kicking it with Auntie Leah. Yeah, let's get it, let's do it. Come on in. Come on in now. So Auntie Leah can do a thing. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Mississippi. Three boats went to Horn Island.
Muted. Welcome back to Kicking It with Auntie Leah and the Truth Gang. Right now, we're just going to listen to a little song while we're waiting on more people to come in. If I can get you to please hit the live and share the live, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
We're just waiting on some more family members to come in, guys.
Yeah.
Give me a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
4th of July, headed out in the sun. 3 boats on the water, but they came back -1. Nolan was 18 with his whole life plan. College football dreams and the future in his hands. They went to Horn Island, everybody there together. Sun on the coast, clear summertime weather. But something went wrong before the end of the day. When the boats left the island, Nolan somehow stayed. They said he made a choice, said he wanted to remain, but he cannot tell his side, so the question still remains. Why would he stay without his keys or his phone? Why would everybody leave and assume he made it home?
Who was the last one to see him on the sand? Who counted every person for the boats left land? Everybody got a story, but the timeline got a whole. Mississippi, tell Christine what happened to us.
2 more minutes. Just waiting on people to come in. Salute to everybody in the push.
Baby couldn't call.
Hey, Cheryl, thank you so much for being here. If you can please share the live.
Nobody knew it all.
We're going to watch 2 interviews today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everybody, welcome. Drop justice for Nolan Wells as you come in.
Cough him up, cough him up, cough him up.
Hey,
Mississippi, cough him up this time. Bringing boys
1 more
forward,
minute,
put the
we'll get
truth
started,
on the
guys.
line.
We're
We
waiting
are
on
not
some more
declaring
people to
guilt, we are
come in and
demanding
know that
facts.
we're
Tell
here.
us what happened to Nolan and don't hold nothing back. Cough him up, Mississippi. Every phone and every boat, every picture,
Thank you for
every
everybody
message,
that
every
joined
word
today.
that they spoke.
Please make
His
sure you
mother needs
subscribe
it
to the
too.
channel.
His father needs it too. Cough him up, Mississippi. Tell us what happened to Nolan Wells. Cough up the truth.
All right, all right.
Bring every hidden
I'm not
detail
gonna hold
to
you too
the
long. People will start trickling in. Right now, I had a request to show the video that Nancy Grace dropped last night that was behind a paid wall. So that is what we're going to review again this early afternoon. But I think it's very important that we watch the video that the interview prior to the one that is behind the paid wall, so that you can make the connection. Now, I want you guys to understand something. People are getting upset with me because I'm calling out the narrative that Nancy Grace appears to be steering right now. I do not see her interviewing anybody that is on Nolan's side anymore. Everybody that's been on her show has been strategically put there to steer a narrative. Now, I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm not here to tell anybody what to think. On this platform, you have your right to your own opinion, as long as you give it respectfully in the comments. No racist comments, no disrespectful comments will be tolerated. But we can have respectful dialogue, even if we do not agree. And I hope that makes sense. Okay? So, I don't trust nobody but God. Please understand that. I do not put my trust in Nancy Grace. I do not put my trust in what is his name? Al Sharpton. I do not put my trust in Ben Crump. I do not put my trust in law enforcement. My trust and trust alone is in God. That's it. Therefore, watch the interviews, take your notes, get out of it what you will. Don't get mad at me, because I don't think that she's being sincere. I still remember what she did to Carmelo Anthony. Yes, I do. And I'll never forget. And she has an interview tonight at 6 p.m. with Jeff Metcalf that is behind the same paid wall. But guess what? I got access to that paid wall. So we will be watching that in the interview she has on Nolan Wells today at 6 p.m. So she has 2 interviews, one for Nolan, one for Carmelo. I have access to the one that's behind the paywall, 6 p.m. So come back. Let's get into it. Let me shut the music off. And salute to everybody. Welcome.
Nolan Wells bombshell. A witness tells us tonight, I went with Nolan's mother to the coroner's office, and this is what I saw. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. Nolan is dead.
Could it be a decompositional change? Could it be something else like blunt force injury? It's hard to say at this point in time.
I find it very difficult to believe, Dr. Kendall Crowns, that not one, but 2 medical examiners cannot figure out why he had deep red subcutaneous markings. Joining us tonight, an all-star panel, but first straight to a special guest, Josh Gill with the Cajun Navy, who, as you know, searched for Nolan's body. Josh, thank you for being with us. The
Morning, ma'am.
day unfolded when Nolan's body was found.
For everyone that's just coming in, I just wanted to let you know that I am watching the interview prior to the one that she put behind the paywall yesterday, only to get you guys to connect the 2 interviews. So I know we've already seen this, but trust me, you want to refresh the information in this interview to go with the next one that she put behind the paywall. Okay? Thank you so much for your patience.
Very bizarrely, you were there. I'm going to get to your trip to the coroner's office along with the family, but I want you to start at the beginning. What happened at the beginning of that day? We believe that Nolan likely died on July the 4th. Let's start with the day that Nolan's body was found and that you ended up at the coroner's office. Start at the beginning.
So early that morning, I deployed some resources. I deployed an aircraft, fixed-wing aircraft that wheels up at 0635, as you can see right there from the photographs. I was on my way to the Lake Mars boat launch. That's where the Tactical Operations Center was set up. And I received a phone call. Received that phone call from the Sheriff's Department that a body had been found. Didn't say who it was. I was probably 15 minutes out from the location. I then received a phone call within minutes after the conversation from the sheriff's office from Nolan's mother, Christine. And she was frantic. That mother's intuition, she knew what was going on. So I'm meeting at the boat launch. I was there about 15 minutes ahead of time. Had
Hold on
conversations
just
with
one
the
moment.
sheriff.
Hold on. For those of you just joining us,
Yep.
Josh Gill is with us. He is the United Cajun Navy Incident Commander in the search for Nolan Wells. You stated that you received a phone call from Nolan's mother, Christine. You said she was frantic. What was she saying?
So again, I'm going to paraphrase. She said that they had found him, that they had found a body. My biggest concern at that exact moment was to make sure that she was safe, that she had, a safe way to get there, because it was the beginning of what's more than likely to be the worst day of her life. Again, so continuing on.
Hold on. Josh, you got me drinking from the fire hydrant here. Every word you're saying sparks 100 questions. So
Sure.
Nolan Wells' mother calls you. Okay. Where was she when she called?
She was en route to the boat launch as well. We were meeting there
Okay.
For the search.
Okay. Had she been told that a body had been found?
Yeah, when she called me, so we had earlier communication, but via text, when she called me, she told me that a body had been found. She had been notified by the sheriff's department.
Oh, gosh. No wonder she was frantic. So she calls you. She's just been told by the sheriff a body has been found. She calls you. You're going to the boat launch. What boat launch? Where?
That's the Lake Mars boat launch.
Why there?
So that's where the operation was set up. That's where the search operations, the tactical operations center was there. They had a mobile command unit, and the multiple entities and agencies were basing their operations out of there. So what it is this boat launch. Again, they could launch rather quickly. It's a protected area to launch and then make that run to Horn Island and the surrounding areas.
Okay. So you agreed with her. Did she ask you to meet at the boat launch?
Oh, she knew I was going to that boat launch, and she actually asked me early that morning, where we were going to meet. And I told her, here's the best place. Here's where the operation is beginning.
Okay.
It was a secured location by the sheriff's department. So, that's where they were running their operations on. And that's a common practice.
Question. Do you know why Nolan's mother wanted you to go with her to Horn Island?
So we had communication. She called me, literally called me. We had a voice conversation that Sunday morning, about 7:30. She had called and asked for some assistance. After that phone call, I asked to memorialize all of our conversations so I could go back and look at information. And that's not uncommon for families to call us.
What kind of assistance did she need?
Find my son. There it is.
So she asked you to help find her son, that assistance. Okay, got it. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, so she asked for that assistance, find my son, find Nolan. Started gathering information on who he is, who he was with, where he was. She made it very clear that he was with some friends, that they had been on Horn Island. So then I start launching resources immediately. And then after I launched the resources,
hold on. Josh, what specifically did she say about him going to Horn Island with friends, if you can recall?
So she said that he went to Horn Island with friends. It's July 4th, and Horn Island's a location that's well known and well visited by people partying and hanging out for July 4th. It's a huge boating community, and that was the location where boats congregate and enjoy the 4th.
Okay, so she says he went to Horn Island on the 4th with friends. Got it. Okay. So you meet at the boat ramp. And when you first saw her, what was her demeanor?
So she came to me. She gets out of the vehicle, comes to me, gives me a big hug. Again, it's a mother who her intuition is that her body was just found. So obviously sad.
According to what we learned, the moment she gets out of the vehicle, she runs straight to you and is hyperventilating.
Absolutely. She came straight to me.
What happened?
20 people. She gives me a big hug and starts crying. And look, I'm a softie. I started crying with her. And we literally sat in the parking lot on the ground in the gravel for probably 15 minutes. And we had some pretty deep discussions. She cried. I cried with her. And her husband was there as well. And I want to say this, that he's a very stoic individual. And he stood there with his hand on both of our shoulders and was a part of everything. It was one of those moments you don't forget.
What was she saying? I mean, in a moment like that, how do you console a mother, Josh, that has been told by this disembodied voice on the phone, we found a body. I mean, what was she saying? Did she not want to believe it was Nolan? Did she believe it was Nolan? At this point, she had not ID'd a body yet. Nobody had identified that this was Nolan. Was she holding out hope? What was going on?
She knew. Again, mother's intuition is strong. It's very strong. In her heart, she knew. As far as what she was saying, why is always the question, you know? She asked God, why? And the rest of the conversations were just, you know, memories real quick. And I'm assuming everything was just flashing in front of her eyes because, again, it's the beginning of the hardest time of her life. Losing her son. I was there just to console her and to help anyone I possibly could.
What was the dad saying, if anything?
You know, he was, he was really quiet. He was a quiet gentleman, but his physical presence afforded her, made her feel safe. And I will say that, you know, he stood there with us, you know, on the ground. He's there. And his presence said a lot, and it meant a lot to his wife, to Miss Christine. And again, that's a tough time for him as well.
So she's crying. You state that she knows deep inside that that body is her boy, her son. You start crying. Did you remain standing in the parking lot or did you sit down?
No, ma'am. Like I said, when she first came to me, she gave me a big hug, and I wrapped my arms around her, and we sat down. We sat very quickly. We remained seating for quite some time to have that discussion, say a prayer. I did pray with her right there. Yes, ma'am. On the ground, in the gravel.
Y'all were sitting
right
on the.
Yeah.
And you said she was hyperventilating. You sit on the ground. I believe I heard you say that you started praying.
Always. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Was she praying that it wasn't Nolan?
So, you know, and again, I'm paraphrasing and going from the best of my memory. It was more of a prayer for peace and comfort is what I did. You know, and I always ask for that and then for answer.
My question, okay, so guys, my question would be, why wouldn't you pray that it wasn't Nolan? I mean, that would be my first thing to do. If I was the mother or somebody praying with me or whatever, that would be my prayer. So that struck me as kind of odd, but it may not be. You never know. I've never been in a situation, so I'm just making an observation. Let's keep going.
You know, and I prayed Godspeed if it is Nolan, and, you know, for the Lord to put his protecting hands over us in everything that we do, and to be with this family and this mother, especially during these hard times. You know, it's an emotional time.
I cannot even imagine. I'm trying to get my head around the picture of you and Miss Christine sitting on the ground in a parking lot with her crying after just been told we found a body, and she knows it's Nolan.
Oh, sure.
I thank God that you were there. I thank God that you and Nolan's dad were there to help her. I don't know how she even stood up. How did you get her to stand up?
So it was about 15 minutes we were there on the ground, and you know, a couple times the sheriff came up and he saw what was going on, and the sheriff's staff. And they understood that it was one of those moments where we need some space. She finally, and I hate to say she called her composure because it was an emotional time for me as well as the father, you know, and we stood up and the sheriff came over and, you know, he started discussing what the process would be. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
I don't know how she even stood up. Okay, so you help her up off the ground. Yeah. Okay, then what happens?
So a family and friends started to arrive, and the security let them in, and the sheriff came up. And the sheriff, again, he had to help deliver that news, you know, that a body was found and do his formal, and I hate to say notification because at this point he didn't say if it was Nolan or not, but he explained that a body was found and where they would be bringing that body to. And from there, the family gathered, and it was, I'd say, a matter of 15, 20 minutes maybe. We were then escorted. Christine asked me to accompany them to the coroner's office, which I was extremely honored to do so. And then the sheriff's department escorted us to that coroner's office.
Can I ask you something, Josh? When the sheriff came over, was it the sheriff or a deputy sheriff?
It was the sheriff.
The sheriff. He comes over
Yes,
and formally tells her what she was already told on the phone. A body has been found. Had the body already been taken to the coroner's office?
Guys, I got one question. Did he ever say who told Christine that a body was found? I may have missed that part. So if you caught that part, if you can put that in the chat, who did he say informed the Wansleys that a body had been found? That is a question that I have. And I don't want to rewind it because I want to get to the next interview. So if you can let me know, that'd be awesome. Let's keep going.
It was en route. So it was en route to the coroner's office, and he told us, he told Christine, here's what's going on. Here's where you need to go for further information. And again, extremely professional, extremely polite. And the biggest word I can use was he was compassionate. His staff was extremely compassionate. I can't take that away from him.
How was she at that moment? Was she just numb? Did she ask questions, or did she just stand there and take it? What was her response to the sheriff coming over face to face telling her we found a body? Because, a lot of times, this from all of the bodies that you have helped recover. Guys, joining me is Josh Gill. He's our special guest tonight with the United Cajun Navy. He's the incident commander, and he was in on the search for Nolan from the beginning. And he went to the coroner's office along with the family, along with the mother and the father. So when the sheriff was, I guess, formally delivering this to her, a lot of people, when they hear it on the phone, they don't want to believe it. I didn't when it happened to me. I thought, did I get that wrong? So he comes up and tells her to her face, and there's no way to mistake what he's saying. He's right there in front of her. How did Miss Christine respond?
Just as any parent would respond. Tears, shock, disbelief, I think are some good words. But again, I don't want to take away from the compassion and the professionalism of the sheriff's department at that point. And there were more people coming up, right? And at that point, the sheriff had conversation with the mother again, and the family, and just explain the process on what was going to happen next as far as where Nolan was going, and then moving from there. But I do want to add that, during these conversations, I reiterated to the mother and, Mr. Elmore, that Nolan will be treated with the utmost dignity and respect through the process. I wanted to explain that because that's something that parents always need to hear. Family members, that their loved one will be treated with dignity and respect.
So you guys make it to the coroner's office. What happens when you get to the coroner's office and Nolan's body is already there?
Correct. So we go to the coroner's office, we sit down. The coroner, he comes in, rather quickly, 10, 15 seconds once the table was filled with all the people, family members, friends, myself.
What table? Were you in a conference room?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. A conference room
gosh.
table.
At the medical examiners or coroners, everything is so sterile. And everyone I've ever been to.
So this was like an office conference room. You walk right in the door and there it was. Didn't really have that feeling of a coroner's office, if that's fair to say. More like a business office conference room. He walks in, very polite gentleman, very professional, well-spoken, soft-spoken as well. And, basically said that, they found a body, and from initial appearance, he identified him as Nolan. He did want to take a DNA swab or get a DNA sample from the family just for further confirmation and for, I guess, record keeping, whatever it was. But then he also, she asked about the condition, and he went into, there were no immediate signs of foul play. Okay.
So, okay. So this is what the issue that I'm having. First, the sheriff said it. Then the coroner said it's definitely Nolan, but I need your DNA to confirm that, even though he was 100% positive it was Nolan. And then Mrs. Wansley asked about the condition. And he just comes out and says it doesn't appear to be any immediate sign of foul play. Well, if you cannot identify him by his face, that you need DNA and you need to identify him through dental records, yet you said you know for a fact it is Nolan, how can you say that there's no immediate signs of foul play? I don't understand that. If anybody knows, please feel free. Join the conversation. Put it in the comments. Let's get back to it. And another thing before I start the video again, the person that initially found Nolan's body, a mysterious park ranger. Why are they hiding the identity of the park ranger? Guys, think about that. Why is his identity so important? Why is it a mystery? Is some out there that allege that it wasn't the park ranger that found Nolan? Some state it was actually the Cajun Navy. Some say it was a setup. I'll get into that afterwards, though. I'm going to show you a video how also now the Cajun Navy has joined the effort to stir some type of narrative. They dropped a short video last night on Horn Island. You guys just got to pay attention to the little signs that they're putting out. Let's get back to it.
To me, again, my opinion in hearing this is, no signs of blunt force trauma or any, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, any, signs of foul play. We would consider that.
Well, I guess they hadn't seen that big red mark on the back of his occipital yet, underneath the skin. And I take it at this juncture, Josh, his throat had not been dissected to look for potential subcutaneous bruising. So
Sure.
You're telling me that from a cursory look at Nolan Wells's body, there was no sign of foul play, such as a stab wound or a bullet wound or bruises, deep gouges on the head. That
Okay, let me address this troll, Pauline. Okay, at the beginning of the show, I said you can voice your opinion, but you have to voice it respectfully. You don't have to necessarily agree to this channel's agenda, which is pro-black. We speak about injustices done to our people that look like me on a daily basis. But what you won't do is come in here and disrespect our pain. So for that comment right there, ma'am, you're getting banned for life. So you have a good, blessed day, Pauline. Don't come back. Let's get back to it. I have zero tolerance for people coming in here interrupting our search for truth.
in my experience, having tried so many homicide cases, I cannot count them, is what you get from a cursory look at a body. Would you agree?
So, correct. I'm not a medical examiner nor a coroner. I have gathered information and heard multiple people speak on that, especially about the red spot, right? We'll quote unquote call it the red spot. And as I appreciate that may be pooling or whatever, it could possibly be cellular decomposition. Again, I'm not a medical examiner or a coroner, but I do know what the coroner said at that immediate, that first meeting with him.
Let's get back to what happened in that conference room. So you're there, the mom's there, the dad's there, the coroner comes in, very calm, very soft-spoken, and tells Miss Christine that he believes it's Nolan based on physical appearance and description. Is that correct?
Yes.
How though? Guys,
Yes, ma'am.
What was
make that make sense. Did you hear what she just said? He believed it was Nolan based on his appearance. How? How do you say that and then turn around and say, well, I need DNA and I need to do dental records and I can't identify him by fingerprints, and no, you shouldn't be there's no immediate signs of foul play. None of this is making sense, and we're only asking questions. Simple.
her reaction? Because if it were me,
Again,
I would have been holding out. It's not him. It's not him. It's somebody that looks like him. I don't believe it's him. He's out there. If I can just get out of here, I can go find him. What was her reaction?
again, it was quiet, and it was a very emotional time for the family as well. I personally believe at that point she accepted that it was him.
Why do you
and
say that?
Started.
You must have observed something that makes you say that.
Again, it just actions, and not denial, not beating on the table. It's not him. It's not him. Let's go. Let's keep looking. And her being in the medical profession as well as I believe a nurse practitioner. I think I will never say the word accept. She understood that what was being told to her. Right. Yeah. I'm not a parent.
Still crying?
I don't have any. Absolutely. She still cries to this day. And look, so I want to make this very clear to everybody that I support Christine in what she's doing. There's not a playbook that's written for a grieving mother who doesn't know what happened to her son. And I truly hope and pray every day, as well as my organization does, that she finds peace and comfort, and she's able to accept.
And you know what else, Josh?
Whatever the results are.
I don't know how this would have unfolded if it had not been for the United Cajun Navy. I'm just putting that out there. For some reason, y'all have been gotten so much hate, but you guys were out there at the get-go. You're the one that went with Miss Christine to the coroner's office. You were there. You're the one that helped her stand up off the ground when she was sitting on that pavement crying. That was you, United Cajun Navy.
Yes, ma'am.
I support her too. And my fondest dream is that we find out that this was an accident. But until we get to that point, this investigation must go on. So he comes in and tells her that. Then what happens?
So there were some questions, right? He asked the family if there was anything they needed to know. And I asked a question. And the question I asked was, can you please explain the process on where Nolan's going to go, what's going to happen from there? And he did. He explained that he would be going to the crime lab, I believe it was, on what was going on for further autopsy. Again, and I'm paraphrasing this. And we all understood it. We understood that what was going to happen, where it was going, and what would happen from there. Again, and I have to say this and reiterate this, that the family was in shock. I mean, it's horrible news to receive. I can't imagine it. I'm an empath, and I still can't possibly imagine how it feels to receive that information that your son is no longer, here or with the family, no matter what the outcome is.
I'm sorry. I'm going to continue, but I'm sorry. This right here is like an act. I'm sorry if I feel that way. If you don't, we can agree to disagree. But I feel as though the Brandon Tatum direction was not convincing everybody. Their narrative was fact, right? And I feel like they tried a different person. Oh, Sarah J. Fields. Her method wasn't working. So now this is just how I feel, guys. You don't have to agree with me, okay? We're here to have respectful dialogue. I just feel that they had to find someone else to try to get to us, to steer the narrative. And our people trust Nancy Grace. Like, I don't know why, but it's ridiculous to me. But why not use Nancy? And now here we are with the Cajun Navy. And I'm going to prove to you, this is a direct attempt to stir a narrative right after this video, before we watch the new interview that she put behind a paid wall. That's just my opinion, guys. And here at the Truth Gang, you can have different opinions and be okay as long as it's respectful. Let's get back to it.
Here's the issue though, is that we have to be prepared to accept and understand what's told to us as far as results of, the grand jury or whatever it is. I want to make sure that people understand the prayers for peace and comfort are there daily for this family as well as the nation, because this is a hard time for the nation and Ocean Springs in particular.
What happened then? You asked about the procedure. Let me make sure I understand this. The coroner identified Nolan based on description, because I've seen a photo, which we have not shown, of Nolan's body where it washed up. Well, I say washed up. That's really a term of art. I don't know that he washed up. I don't know how his body got right there, because it seems to me it was half in the sand and half in the water, right? So I don't know how it got there. That said, he made this ID based on the description given to him of Nolan, but wasn't the actual ID made from dental records?
So I don't know. I don't know what the actual ID was made from, if it was from dental records or if it was a DNA swab. He did discuss collecting DNA with the mother before we left. I did not witness that.
Were you there when the DNA was collected?
I was not. I don't know how they caught it, how they got it. But it was a discussion. But again, the coroner was confident, and his confidence level was high that was Nolan. And I think that's what Miss Christine wanted to do, or wanted to understand. And the reason being, I think that there's that professional courtesy of, understanding he's the coroner. She is a nurse practitioner, and he wouldn't tell her those things if it was not in his heart.
Attention homeowners, Nancy Grace.
Okay, so we're going to skip through her commercial. So let's talk about what we just learned thus far. Now, again, I'm going to ask everybody to stay respectful in the comments, because who are you talking to, James Fields? Who are you talking to? Because, see, you guys got a knack for going into people's platforms and houses and being disrespectful for no reason. You can state your opinion respectfully, or you can leave disrespectfully or respectfully. I don't care. Now, I'm just struggling. I guess, guys, Nancy's doing her commercial, so this is why I'm talking. I'm struggling with the fact the coroner said it was 100% Nolan, and then walked it back a little, saying that I need DNA, and then no, I couldn't get fingerprints to identify him, but we had to use dental records. I find that odd. I also find that the fact that the park ranger's identity that found Nolan Wells has been concealed is odd, in my opinion. Let's talk about it respectfully. I'm gonna skip through this commercial.
Let me understand as I move forward in the questioning of Josh Gill, Incident Commander, United Cajun Navy, with Miss Christine Nolan's mother at the time she was taken to the coroner's office. Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter, very quickly, wasn't Nolan identified through dental records? That's a yes, no, please.
Yes, ma'am. He was identified with dental records.
To Jeff Gentry joining us. Jeff, thank you for waiting so patiently. Forensic certified bloodstain pattern analyst, crime scene analyst, death investigator, author of Forensic Science. Jeff, why did they have to use dental records to identify Nolan Wells's body?
Nancy, usually dental records are used when other forms of identification cannot be utilized. So the first thing that we always try to do is to visually identify somebody. And if you have family there or friends or an ID, something to reference to visually identify the person, then that is the first step. So just getting a general idea of who they are. Then you want to move to a scientific form of identification. And that is something based on a scientific discipline. So there is proof that it is the person when it goes to court, or additional questions are asked later. Your first form of scientific identification is fingerprints. That's always going to be the easiest and fastest. And if he had an ID or a driver's license, then there should be a fingerprint on file to be able to identify this person rather quickly. However, in this case, if he had been deceased for a day or two before he was found, then forms of scientific identification like fingerprints or even like a visual identification may not necessarily be available. So in those scenarios, then you move to alternate forms of identification like dental records. So you would have to get the person's dental records from when they were alive to compare them against dental records taken when they're deceased at the autopsy. The last form of identification that's used, which is the most expensive and most time consuming, would be DNA. However, if you're going to take this case to court and it's going to be tried like a homicide, then you would probably want to use a form of identification like DNA because it's much more solid. You can verify with percentages how likely it is that the person is who you believe they are. So that's why dental records were most likely used in this case versus something simple and fast like fingerprints or visual identification.
Judge Gentry can be found at evidenceoverassumption.com. Jeff, my takeaway from what you just said is they could not make a visual identification and they could not use fingerprints. You said those were the first two choices, then dental, then DNA. Why would they not be able to make a visual ID?
I'm assuming because he was outside and in the elements for a day or so. It's hot, it's July, it's very warm weather. However,
I just want to stop real quick because you made a good question. You actually asked a good question. Now, Nancy Grace has a photo of Nolan Wells' body laying half on the beach, the sand, and half in the water. Guess who gave her the photo? Well, it was the Cajun Navy. The Cajun Navy took a picture of the body. So who really found Nolan Wells on the island? The mysterious park ranger whose identity that they won't release? Or was it the Cajun Navy? That's the question that I have, because I've heard some very interesting things about the Cajun Navy, things such as they take payoffs to plant people, bodies. I'm just saying, it's alleged. I don't know that for a fact, but it's interesting that they have the photo of his body. But allegedly, they wasn't the ones that found him. We have a mysterious park ranger that found Nolan. Good question. Keep them coming, guys.
in most cases where I have seen drownings where the person is underwater for a period of time, their body is pretty well preserved, unless we're talking about like multiple days, weeks that this person is underwater. Usually the water is cooler temperature. And if that person is face down in the water or completely submerged, their body is pretty well preserved until they surface. Usually a body after a couple of days surfaces. So I'm really surprised that he was on the shore. I've never personally investigated a drowning case where a person just ends up on the shore, especially if there's not a strong current or waves. Usually in bodies of water, the person will stay in pretty much the location where they go underwater if it's witnessed. They don't usually move around much after they have submerged or gone underwater. So to me, it's very concerning that he was on the shore, or that his body surfaced that quickly. But that's what I am guessing is why they couldn't do an immediate visual identification with the family or even fingerprints. So I would really like to know more about the condition of the body. That's what I am assessing as a death investigator when I respond to a scene. So there should be a death investigation report from a death investigator who has experience looking at bodies and has experience examining these type of things to show exactly what his condition was when he was found. And
so it's interesting because we just heard from an actual true death investigator. That's who's talking right now, a death investigator. So he's saying that he finds it odd. Nolan's position is the way it was positioned, half in the water and half on the sand, was odd. He finds it odd, the location where he was found. We just heard him say that normally his body is found in the same location that the body, drowns in. Now watch the Cajun Navy come back and contradict what the death investigator says. Let's get back to it.
If the body is decomposed more than what you would normally expect in a drowning case, that should be a big red flag. That's something that you definitely need to look into further.
So you're saying, let me follow up on what you just said. You find it odd that he was quasi on the shore. You also stated that location where the body is found is typically where they went under. You also said that the body must have been too decomposed to make a facial ID. I did not hear an explanation as to why fingerprint ID was impossible.
Fingerprint identification would be impossible if the hands were dried out to an extent where they can't be fingerprinted. Sometimes people that are underwater, or if the hands are underwater, the skin, just like if you're in the bathtub for a prolonged period of time, the skin ends up looking the same way. It just gets kind of wrinkled, and it's very hard to get a usable or workable fingerprint in those scenarios. So one scenario would be the body is too decomposed to get a fingerprint or a visual identification. And then the alternate scenario is the body or the hands were exposed to the water too long to where they just are not able to get a good workable print. So those are the different possibilities. But again, his position at the edge of the bank or partially in the water, that's really concerning because there's tons of people around that area. If he was in that position or on the shore decomposing for a day or so, why did nobody see him? Those would be my type of questions that I would ask if I were a death investigator responding to this scene.
Jeff, I'm looking right now at the photo of his body. And
who gave Nancy the photo? The Cajun Navy. How did they get the photo? Are they the ones who really found him? This is a death investigator. He's experienced. He's telling us all of the things that concern him. He's also going to go into the fact that the water should preserve the body from decomposition. But somebody else is going to come in and contradict everything that he's saying right now. So this is why I say watch with a diligent eye. Don't just take everything at surface level. Nancy Grace feeds us what they allow to feed us. Please understand that. She is one of the elites. I'm just saying. And again, my faith is not in Nancy Grace. I only have faith in God, period. Let's keep going. Just pay attention. Take your notes, guys.
It's about, the beach is flat. And I would say it's about 3 to 4 feet from where there's nothing but sand, no water. It looks like it's just as the water is starting, like you could walk in it very easily and your ankles may not even get wet. He's not out in the water at all. He's on the beach and on wet sand. That's the way to put it. It's wet sand. He's not out in the water, Jeff Gentry. What does that mean, if anything?
That's really abnormal. I would have a ton of questions in that case. I would wonder if there's no waves, no strong current, why is that body up on a shore? How did it get there? And just like when we're looking at blood evidence or other forms of evidence, if something is in a certain position within a scene, you have to question how it got there. I have investigated a lot of deaths, bodies in canals, rivers, lakes, large bodies of water, never really near the ocean to where you would expect somebody to wash up to shore. But in these cases, even though there's strong current, waves, large bodies of water, I've never really seen bodies up on a shore, especially up out of the water enough to where they could decompose significantly to where they can't be identified or can't be fingerprinted.
You heard what he said. As a death investigator, he's never seen bodies half in the water and then up on the shore. He's a professional. He would know, in my opinion. Let's pay attention. Let's keep going.
So that would be a very big question that I would have in this case is, with the absence of waves, with the absence of a strong current, how in the world did this 19-year-old man end up on shore out of the water?
Josh, I'm going to pick back up with you and Nolan's family at the coroner's office, but you disagree with Jeff's characteristic. Explain.
Now here is the Cajun Navy, the one that I'm saying now is getting ready to stare a different narrative on purpose. He's going to contradict everything that the death investigator just told us. Pay attention.
Wind, wave, tides, currents. If you look, there's also there's some pictures, some aerial pictures that show driftwood way on the beach. Those four things are what impacted, as I appreciate, where Nolan ultimately ended up. If you look in one of those pictures, ma'am, a wave is about to come right over and crest right near where the body's at. So that shows that there is some wave actions and some currents. The winds, the waves, the tides, the currents have a huge impact on, anything that's put into that water. It's known as the washing machine. It's a high tide, high current area. So that was the first things that I looked at whenever I saw that picture. And that is one of those pictures that I showed to the sheriff immediately as I received it. The stuff that's dark in that picture right there, I believe that's debris, and that debris could have easily or was washed up on that island. And if you look at the picture as well into the water, the white is that's wave action, either from wind, tides, or currents.
How can he say that the debris washed up from the ocean when there's known parties on that island all the time? You see what I'm saying? Trying to contradict what the professional said, trying to contradict what the death investigator said. The debris, it washed up from the ocean. And I want to address the comment because it was a pretty good comment. But I just want to point out something. Comedian Bobby says, it's not uncommon. Anyone remember Lacey Peterson's baby washing up pretty high onto rocks a few weeks after Lacey was discovered? Water and high tide are way more powerful than we appreciate. Well, I'm just going to say this. There is a significant weight difference and size difference in Nolan Wells, who was 6'1" and weighed like 185 to 90 pounds versus a baby. So that's a good, point, but I just wanted to bring that out, that there's a difference in weight and size in those two, bodies. Let's get back to it.
So, and it's going towards the beach. When you walk down the beach and you find shells and you find, the bottle with the message in it, it gets washed up on the beach.
A bottle.
Okay, so I think in simple terms, you're saying you believe the body was washed up from the water to that location. Okay, and Gentry is saying typically a body is found where it goes in the water. So you're right. Tidal experts, water experts will have to determine that. I want to get back to you at the coroner's office. A dental exam was used to make the ID, which leads me to another question. They could not, if his face and his fingertips were so decomposed that they can't make an ID, then how do they know there was not bruising or there was not skin marks on his face, on his hands? That's a whole nother thing. You're not a medical examiner. I get it. But that's a question that needs to be answered back to you. They, the family, Miss Christine, the dad, were asked to provide DNA. Okay. You did not see the DNA taken, probably a buccal swab. What happened then?
So if I may add one thing, is I think that'd be a great question to ask the coroner is, how did he identify? Because he was pretty sure, in his best professional opinion, that was Nolan. And maybe he wanted the dental records just out of professionalism. Mm-hmm. And hey, isn't that one of the most definite ways to identify? Sure, and out of courtesy to the family, let's do it the easy way for you as well as to get the dental records. So moving forward, ma'am, we left. We went to the house. There was a gathering at the house, and the people started to pour in, and it was a very emotional time. Again, the family. The friends and family that were there were extremely welcoming to myself. Todd Terrell also came he came within, 30 minutes. We stayed there for about 30 minutes. We had conversation with the mother, Mr. Elmore, and some of the other family members, and discussed a couple things with them. GoFundMe being one of them, and we wanted to assist with that as far as the development and helping to spread the word on that piece, as well as offer our services. And anything that we could possibly do to assist this family in this time of grief, we're there for them. Still there today. Anything that they possibly need, we're here to provide. If it's a shoulder to cry on, we're there. If she wants to get in an airplane or if she wants to get in a boat and go back out to Horn Island, we're there. We got it for her. She's been offered those services. We just want her to know and the family to know that we're there. We're 110% supportive because, again, there's no playbook on how to grieve the loss of a child.
Hi, guys.
Okay, so she's doing another commercial. I'm just going to read a few questions. Golden says both of those things sound possible. However, the water current and changing of the tides matter as well. Yes, in the Cajun Navy, well, the same gentleman that we're talking to now, he did a video last night talking about the winds and tides. So we're going to watch that next prior to the interview that we watch about the guy that saw a witness on the island, because a lot of content creators are getting it wrong. Okay, that witness did not say that he saw Nolan, and Nolan asked for a ride. That wasn't who he was talking about. So I think it's very important that we correct that and not let that stay out there. So let me skip through the video so we can get back to it.
Fees and 688 financing. That time when you were at Nolan's home after leaving the coroner's office with the family, was there any concern that there had been foul play?
It really didn't come up. It just didn't come up. I think that whole grieving process, and it hit her hard when they got back to the house. At what point did potential foul play or the thoughts of foul play or the accusations come into mind? I don't know.
I think you're probably right that at that time she walks in, Josh, and she comes into a home where she knows her son will never be back in his room ever again. And when you see all the relatives and neighbors come in, it gets real. It's real.
It does.
And the pictures of Nolan are still
real.
out. I mean, all the family photos are there, and I don't know when it hits you that that's all you have going forward. That's it. Photos and memories. Photos and memories.
So, ma'am, if I can say one thing.
Please do.
I hear the emotion in your voice, right? I can hear it in your voice, and that's a sympathetic emotion for that mother, knowing that she has, at that point when she walked through that door, it became real, and it became the hardest day, the beginning of the hardest time of her life. Again, that's I pray every day for the peace and comfort. But ma'am, seeing that coming from you, and understanding the emotion behind it and what this lady's going through and what this family's going through and what the community's going through, it's very important. It's important to know that there's a lot of people that are extremely upset, and they lost a community member who was loved and cherished. So, it's a tough time for everybody.
Josh, did you speak with Nolan's mother again after that day?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We've had numerous conversations. So we had conversation about a forensic pathologist, a secondary forensic pathologist. She wanted one. I gave her a recommendation that I got from somebody. She also discussed an attorney.
My question is, and we'll finish this up. Why are the Wansleys putting so much trust into the Cajun Navy? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I don't know their relationship, but is that right there, like the fact that he said that they spoke about the GoFundMe, and now he's saying that he helped select somebody for the independent autopsy, and it just doesn't make sense to me at all. But let's keep going. Just guys, just pay attention and take notes. if it doesn't make sense, I'm going to ask. Why bring up the GoFundMe on this interview, and then why are they communicating with the Cajun Navy so much? I don't know.
She sent those messages as well. But the majority of our conversations, man, to be honest with you, were I'd send something to her, keep your chin up and your chest out and just know that you've got a lot of people that love and support you. I wanted to give her words of encouragement because I know how important that is to a family, but also let her know that if there's any questions that she has, that I could possibly take some of that weight off of her shoulders or off of her family's shoulders to help assist, that I'll do it for her. And we're here for her.
Did she have questions?
It's not really, because she got an attorney rather quickly, which is fine, whatever, that's on them. Again, the conversation turned into, very cordial. Thank you. Thanks for the prayers. Now, we did have a conversation at one.
You see that? First, Christine, see, all of this to me is a narrative. First, he's telling us about how she was that day, how emotional, how close they was, how he was offering up his service, how he was suggesting this and suggesting that, and they was talking all the time. And then he goes and says they got an attorney relatively quickly. I don't know, but that they can do it, if they want to. And then he goes to say after they got the attorney, everything was turned cordial. I pay attention to everything. What was the need to introduce that? Number one. Number two, did you get offended when they got an attorney and things begin to become just cordial because you could no longer steer the family in the direction that you wanted? Pay attention. Pay attention.
Point, ma'am, about another young man that I was looking for, Jadarius Manyweather, and I brought her up to speed on that case. And she said, and she told me explicitly, please give the prayers, our prayers to the family of Jadarius, which that was very important as well, because as a grieving mother, she wanted to express her concern and her prayers to another family who lost a young child.
Joining us tonight, special guest, Cajun Navy Incident Commander Josh Gill. If you know or think you know anything about the death of this young man, Nolan Wells, dial 228-769-3063. There's a $125,000 reward for information regarding what happened on Horn Island. We remember.
All right, guys. So what do you all think? What do y'all think? Before we go into the interview last night that Nancy Grace put up about behind the paid wall where everybody could not easily access it, what do you all think? I'm going to bring up a video that this same gentleman from the Cajun Navy brought up. Because in my opinion, the Cajun Navy is trying to go against the possible foul play narrative. Okay, I'm gonna pull up this snip and I'm gonna let you watch it, because out of the blue they're making videos about Nolan now, and I don't quite understand why they are doing that, but let's watch it.
Josh Gill, United Cajun. Hey guys, Josh Gill, United Cajun Navy. It's 26 August 2026. It's 4 p.m., 5 after 4. Here on Horn Island, right in the area where Nolan was found. A couple things we wanted to look at. Number one was currents, depths. Really wanted to look at topography, and they had a reporter that wanted to come out and start looking at the topo of the island itself. So current's ripping today, guys. It's ripping, water's a little bit low. But what I'm going to do is show everybody, what we're looking at and what's going on. The first thing I do want to point out, though, is a cross that's been placed. It's very, very important. It's in remembrance of Nolan. So I'm going to pay our respects at the cross. Then we'll come back and do another video. So love each and every one of you.
Now,
hey guys, Josh.
I was not able to find that video. He said that he was going to show us the current on. I'm currently still looking for it. As soon as I do find it, I will play it. I'll look for it while we're watching this next interview. So now we're getting ready to watch the interview where Nancy Grace spoke with a witness on the island, on Horn Island, that was there, that actually said Eric. Eric, maybe I can pull up the picture of Eric. They said the guy on the far right. So hold on a second. Let me see if I can image. Okay, find that picture if it'll let me. Of So we can get an idea of who Eric is. Now, I'm not perfect, so I believe it said far right in this interview. My goodness, stop sharing. Where's the image? Wait a minute. In this interview, let me know if I did not hear that. But Eric is the one in the darker blue shorts on the right of Nolan, I believe. If anybody has any other information that I might be pointing out the wrong guy, the wrong Eric, let me know in the comments. But this is what sources are telling me. Eric is the one with the darker blue shorts with his arms resting on Nolan's leg. And he is the one that this witness is about to talk about, saying that Eric asked him for a ride back to Horn Island. I'm not sure if they're just trying to make it seem like that it is so normal for people to not have a ride back. Don't know what the narrative is yet. All I know is a narrative is being stared. I said what I said. Don't like it, don't know what to tell you. Let's get into it. And where is this at? Right here. This is the new interview from last night.
Bombshell tonight in the Nolan Wells investigation. A witness says, I was there on Horn Island. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. There's a big honking mark, subcutaneous, deep reddening tissue on his occipital. If I hit somebody in the back of the head, it'd be right there.
There was no indication that there was any kind of contusions on the hand, the arm, no kind of defensive event.
Jeff, I'm looking right now at the photo of his body. And it's about, the beach is flat. And I would say it's about 3 to 4 feet from where there's nothing but sand, no water. It looks like it's at just as the water is starting, like you could walk in it very easily and your ankles may not even get wet. He's not out in the water at all. He's on the beach and on wet sand. That's the way to put it. It's wet sand. He's not out in the water, Jeff Gentry. What does that mean, if anything?
That's really abnormal. I would have a ton of questions in that case. I would wonder, if there's no waves, no strong current, why is that body up on a shore? How did it get there? And just like when we're looking at blood evidence or other forms of evidence, if something is in a certain position within a scene, you have to question how it got there. I have investigated a lot of deaths, bodies in canals, rivers, lakes, large bodies of water, never really near the ocean, to where you would expect somebody to wash up to shore. But in these cases, even though there's strong current, waves, large bodies of water, I've never really seen bodies up on a shore, especially up out of the water enough to where they could decompose significantly to where they can't be identified or can't be fingerprinted. So that would be a very big question that I would have in this case, is with the absence of waves, with the absence of a strong current, how in the world did this 19-year-old man end up on shore out of the water?
That our friend Jeff Gentry joining us out of Fresno at evidenceoverassumption.com, death investigator, with me, an all-star panel. Before we get to what happened on Horn Island on July the 4th, I must follow up on what Gentry said to Johnny Hewitt joining us. who was at Horn Island on the 4th. Johnny, thank you for being with us. You know all about the tides and the currents there at Horn Island, which begs the question, why was Nolan Wells's body in that position so far up on the beach? If he drowned, shouldn't he have been out in the water?
It was my understanding whenever they found his body, it wasn't up real far on the beach. And, you know, out here in the Gulf and on these barrier islands, the tides and the current and the wave action can affect that. Depending on the time of day that they found his body, whether it was high tide or low tide, and with the currents pushing the body where they found it and the waves rolling it up to the shore, the tide could absolutely affect that as to how far up on the sand or on the beach that he was.
John Hewitt, there is a lot of discussion tonight about the location where Nolan Wells's body was found. He's not out in the water floating. He's on shore in wet sand. What do you make of that?
Yes, ma'am. If you can see where the top edge of that wet sand was in the photo when he was recovered, you can see where the tide is let out and where the wave action was still coming up to the top part of that wet sand. So they must have found him on a lower tide.
Tell me about the tides and the current. I understand that they are generally mild.
They're mild in that portion of the island, but they come around that west tip of the island, and they're typically pretty strong there. So everything where they found him that comes around from the south to the northwest corner of the island kind of washes around that west tip, and it kind of ends up there. If you can see the dark areas in the sand on the beach, that's a lot of debris stuff, lines and sand and driftwood and, you know, shells and all that stuff's kind of washing up there from where it washes around the corner of the island. So if the current caught him in the seas and the tide was and the current was pushing him that way, there could be several feet difference in the tide from whenever the tide is in and when the tide goes out.
Let's see that video surveillance from an aerial viewpoint, because where everyone is standing around, they are standing around Nolan's body. You can't see the body. We're not showing that photo, but that is where the body is found. Okay, this is from our friends at Cajun Navy. They're approaching the scene there. See, it's up on the sand.
I'm really surprised that he was on the shore. I've never personally investigated a drowning case where a person just ends up on the shore, especially if there's not a strong current or waves. Usually in bodies of water, the person will stay in pretty much the location where they go underwater if it's witnessed. They don't usually move around much after they have submerged or gone underwater. So to me, it's very concerning that he was on the shore, or that his body surfaced that quickly.
Joining us in addition to John Hewitt is Ben Dobrin, joining us out of Virginia Beach, emergency response diving instructor, police diver, emergency services diver. Ben, thank you for being with us. Ben, do you agree with Gentry that the body is typically found where it goes in the water?
So drownings are interesting. If somebody truly drowns, they inhale water, the water fills up their lungs, and then they sink. And then looking at pictures of this young man, he was also very muscular. Muscles are heavier than water. Muscles are heavier than fat. Fat floats, but muscle sinks. So if let's speculate here that he inhaled water and drowned, he would sink. And people that drown stay where they drowned until that's exceptionally warm water down there. It's the summertime. It's the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America. That water's between 85 and 90 degrees. In the summertime, we generally say bodies have about 2 to 3 days because the warm water, there is bacterial growth, and then those bacterial growth give off gases, and that allows the body now to float and rise to the surface. And so, yes, if he did drown, he would sink where he did the initial drowning, but then he would rise to the surface and float. And at that point, the wind, the waves, the current. I'm from the mid-Atlantic. We have what's called a semi-diurnal tide. Our tide shifts every 6 hours. We have 2 high tides, 2 low tides a day. They have a diurnal tide there. It's a 12-hour tidal shift. And so if he came up and flowed to the surface, he would have 12 hours of being pushed. And by looking at those pictures of where the debris line was, you can see how high the water pushes up at high tide, and then it recedes for the next 12 hours. So he had that picture right there. You can see that debris line is even further up than where those people are standing. And so at the last high tide, that's how high up the water went. And then it receded for the next 12 hours. And when it recedes, if he was pushed up, that's where the body would deposit, and then the water would recede. And that's where they found him, right there, where the water receded, where it left the body.
Brett Talley is joining us, co-star of the Prosecutors Podcast, former federal prosecutor. Brett, thank you for being with us tonight. Brett, of course, this will be quite the contentious subject if this should go to trial. We know a grand jury is being impaneled to look at the evidence. It's a very tricky thing because you hear Gentry, who's a death investigator and has dealt with drownings, and you hear Hewitt and Dobrin, and their takes are entirely different about why Nolan's body is where it is. You, the prosecutor and the defense attorney, have to be totally prepared for all of this tidal, current, riptide, weather, sunset, sunrise, when the tide comes in, when the tide goes out. It's very confusing, but I got a problem with where his body is found.
Thanks for having me, Nancy. And I have a problem with it too, but I think that's where your grand jury comes in. A grand jury can be a very powerful investigative tool. And I'm learning everything I can know about those specific tides. And that day, I want to know where the rip tides, what the currents were, when the high tide was, when the low tide was. And the other thing that I want to know, I'm sure you remember the Scott Peterson case, when Lacey Peterson's body washed up on shore, they were able to trace, using the information about the currents, to where she would have gone into the water. I would like to know, can they trace it back to figure out where he may have entered the water on that day?
Brett Talley, I'll never forget it. Another thing they did in the Scott Peterson prosecution, there were scent dogs. There were scent dogs that did track Lacey Peterson from her Modesto home there on Covina all the way to the San Francisco Bay. They did that even though she was in, many people believe, the back of Scott Peterson's boat under a tarp. Had to be cadaver dogs. All the way to the bay. The delay in bringing scent dogs and cadaver dogs to this scene, that's a huge problem because this is out in the elements. What if, just go with me here, Brett Talley, you're a former federal prosecutor. What if the dogs were brought, and we don't know about it, and a cadaver dog hit up like in, let me see that aerial, up in the center of the island where the currents do not go? What if a cadaver dog hits up in there, which would suggest that that is where he died?
Then that changes everything. If you have that kind of information, it changes everything. And that's why you can't go into something like this assuming it's an accident. You have to answer all these questions. No one that we know of saw him go into the water. There's no eyewitness testimony. How he ended up in the water is a mystery. So you have to assume, at least when you begin your investigation, there's more information you don't know. And the other thing I would do, Nancy, this island has cell phone service. I would have a tower dump of every cell phone that connected from that island, and I would talk to every single one of those people. I would interview everyone who was on that island to see if anyone could tell me the last time that he was seen alive.
You think you can send that email to the prosecutor? Tower dump?
Oh.
We've seen it done in so many cases. I mean, that is one of the reasons Brian Kohberger was nailed, because of his cell phone, because of his GPS nav. I mean, you preaching to the choir.
And
right
guys,
now.
remember,
I'm singing this.
Sorry about that. Remember when the first narrative they tried to steer, and thank you so much, Caroline, for the super sticker. I really appreciate you guys. Bless the channel if you want. We can receive memberships, gifts, super chat, super stickers, Cash App, whatever. If only if you want. It's not required. But Remember the first narrative was the cell phone service didn't work at all? Remember they beat us up with that. Well, the reason why he didn't ask for his phone because you couldn't get service anyway. He couldn't call 911. That's why he didn't want his phone. Now we're finding out that not only does the cell phone, the island have cell phone service, that it's actually pretty good. It was good enough to do the CETO call, right? To call CETO, which after this, I just found out that Janetta Brantley, the African American woman that enhanced the CETO call, is doing an interview. So we will watch that directly after we finished Nancy Grace, and then we're gonna switch over to Carmelo. We're gonna switch. We got some things to talk about with Carmelo Anthony. We have a guest that's coming on the panel as well. This is open conversation. You are welcome to come up if you have anything to say. So let's get back into it. Yeah, the cell phone records. Good. Yeah, good point. Is he prosecutor? She said. Yeah, I think so. Let's keep going.
Same verse as you. Tower dump. That would show me every phone that was on in that area at that time, at that specific time. It doesn't have to be from 8 a.m. in the morning. It could be from 3 p.m. till 10 p.m. I mean, a lot
Absolutely.
of the boats were leaving. So I would have a very narrowed pool of cell phones, right? I don't need everybody that saw him there that day. I need to see who saw him last, who was there at the very end. Okay, also joining me, in addition to a former federal prosecutor and star of the Prosecutors Podcast, Brett Talley, is Philip Dubé, veteran defense attorney, joining us out of the LA jurisdiction. Dubé, thank you for being with us. Response to all of the tide information. Why was his body at that location?
Yeah, for all we know, the young man could have been drunk and fell asleep. And if he fell asleep and the water is washing up, it may have just drowned him. Remember, there's no way to predict unless
Guys, this part of the interview is diabolical. This guy is going to sit up here and suggest that Nolan took a nap in the water. Pay attention. Crazy work.
Hold on. Can we just try to deal with reality? For all we know, little green men from Mars could have beamed down, right? That could have happened. Did I hear him? Did he actually say maybe Nolan was asleep?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just rule that out. Okay, just come up with a different story. Spin it, Dubé, spin it.
Remember, we saw this in Dominican Republic last year with a young med student from Pittsburgh. What was her name? I wrote it down. Sudicha Konamki. She was there partying from Pittsburgh, and they detained Joshua Ribe because they thought because they had gone out into the water, they were seen on video together, that something sinister had happened. But the truth be told, they both got pulled out into the water by strong rip currents. The girl's remains were never found, and they ruled it an accidental drowning. Why can't the same be true here? Why does something sinister always have to be afoot? Tragedies happen that nobody ever expected.
Dubé, put him up. Dubé, that could be entirely true. And nobody said it's not. But let me redirect you to the question you were asked about proving cases based on tide and current. Did you not just hear Talley state he was concerned about the location of Nolan Wells's body? So, what do you do with tides and currents? You've done it before. We've all done it in court. Explain it.
Well, what do you say? What do you do with tides and currents? First of all, there is no evidence that he was out in the water and washed ashore. There is no evidence that he actually took a nap and the water washed upon him and he drowned accidentally. Right now, there's just simply insufficient evidence. There is no evidence that anybody hit him, placed him on the sand to let him die. So right now, everything is speculative and it's up in the air, and there's just no proof of a crime.
Okay, thank you. Let me redirect the question to Brett Talley and get an answer on this. Brett, former federal prosecutor, star of the Prosecutors Podcast. This is what would happen at trial. Okay, if this ever goes to trial, the state would try to prove that there was not a drowning at sea and that he just washed up. that there was an intervening COD cause of death, or that he died on the mainland, if a cadaver dog so describes. The defense will be arguing, if this does ever go to trial, that this was an accidental drowning and he washed ashore. How would you use tide and current information to prove or disprove the theories?
Well, you get an expert who knows this area, who knows this very specific island, who's done tests on this island, who can look back at scientific data from July 4th, who knows what the tides were, who knows what the rip currents were, who knows what the currents are. Based on where he was, it may be the case, and we don't know this, that's why we need the expert to look at the data. If the expert can say, look, based on the tides the way they were, based on the rip currents, it is impossible for his body to have ended up in this spot. If the expert tells you that, and the expert's solid, then that means he did not drown out in the water somewhere. That eliminates that possibility. Now we have to figure out what else happened. I mean, maybe he did fall asleep on the beach, but that seems unlikely, right? That's why you need this information. We're not speculating. We're asking for the science to back up what our theory is and to discover what actually happened that night.
To John Hewitt joining us at Horn Island on July 4. He spoke to the young men, acquaintances of Nolan Wells, on the Triton boat. John Hewitt, was the water clear or murky that day? Do you know?
Yes, ma'am. It was extremely murky that day. Uncharacteristically murky. Normally it's pretty clear this time of year. But we had a lot of heavy rains before that, and
How convenient. Here's the witness that said he spoke with Eric. How convenient that the water was very murky that day. Okay, whatever.
a lot of sediment that had washed down. So it was pretty muddy.
What difference does that make?
It makes quite a bit of difference. For visibility, for one, you can't even see your feet when you're standing there in it. So typically it's like the photo that you see there. It's pretty clean this type of year. We just went this past weekend and the water's clear. You can see the sand on the bottom, but it was not that day.
But what difference does that make? Whether the water was murky or clear? Are you saying that, I'm just assuming, arguendo, you're saying if it had been murky, then no one would have seen Nolan Wells submerged in the water?
Correct. Yes, it doesn't make a difference with tides or currents or any of that. It just makes a difference in visibility and being able to see somebody in the water.
To Dr. Jan Gorniak, you know her well, former medical examiner, Clark County, that is in Vegas, pathologist, founder of World Peace Forensic Consulting. Dr. Gorniak, thank you for being with us. Wouldn't his body, if he had drowned, come up to the top? Wouldn't people see his body floating in the water? What, they all just left a body floating in the water?
It wouldn't have floated up right away. So if there's nobody there to see it float up, because he was decomposed, and hearing that the water was 80 degrees, he's going to decompose in the water. I'm not sure why people think that he decomposed outside of the water. But like your previous guest said, the diver, that...
See, now the death investigator or the previous guest on the previous interview said that water preserves the body. And now we have another professional comes in and says the water decomposes the body. Which one is it? I'm confused. I think I like the first guy's opinion because it just doesn't make sense. If he was badly decomposed, how was the coroner so sure it was Nolan Wells by a visual inspection? So let's keep going.
Before someone surfaces, they're going to sink. And then once they start to decompose and the gas is being produced by the bacteria, then they come to the surface. So they're not going to see it right away. If someone was drowning and there's people around, you might see somebody struggling, right? But if there's nobody around, nobody's going to see that. And unfortunately, the body is not going to be seen until it starts to decompose and, comes to the surface of the water.
Ben Dobrin, agree or disagree?
I do agree. What she spoke to, if somebody drowns, they're going to sink, and they're going to stay in that spot. Even if there's some currents or tides, the water will wash over at that point. However, if they rise up in the water column, even a little bit, if they just start to, they're not going to pop to the surface like a Trident submarine, but they're going to rise up slowly. And if they rise up, they're going to shift a little bit. And then when they get to the surface, now they're going to be the surface current, the wind, and the tide are going to be pushing whatever that is. And so if a drowning did occur, the body would be pushed in one direction based on all of those elements. And if this was what happened this time, it was pushed to the shore by the tide, the waves, and the wind. And so that explains how the body got there, especially that high up. The body would be pushed to the highest point of the high tide line. And then when the water receded, it would be left behind.
Because we hear Jeff Gentry, death investigator, state that the body typically is found where it went into the water. And you can see from that aerial video that everyone is up on the shore around Nolan's body. That's where his body is found. So, question for the experts. Back to John Hewitt at Horn Island on the 4th. John Hewitt, why were you at Horn Island on the 4th?
Well, we go every year for the 4th of July, and we were all out there with family and friends. Then we go out to celebrate the 4th of July. Typically, we leave around 3:30 in the afternoon because my wife used to work night shift. Well, she was off that day, so we stayed. We left at 4:30. We started picking up anchor. One of the young men in the photo that continues to circulate, the young man in the far right asked us for a ride at 4:30. And
you heard when he said the young man in the far right. That's Eric in the photo that's circulating. This is the photo that's circulating. This was the original photo. They're not talking about Nolan, where you have some content creator saying that there's a witness that said that Nolan asked this guy for a ride. That's not true. He is talking about the young man at the far right, Eric. Okay, let's get back to it. And
said that his friends were leaving. Could we give him a ride? And when I looked up, I seen the boat pulling out. It was loaded with kids. I seen them pulling out, and I told him that we were at capacity on my vessel.
But the question that I have, and I'm gonna stop interrupting, but as these come to me, I must ask these questions. Why is Eric asking for a ride? You guys don't think that's odd? He came with the group. He said, this witness said that the young men that he was with were pulling off the same time that he was pulling off. Why didn't Eric get on the boat? If this is true, why did Eric not want to get on the boat that he rode in on? That's a fair question. Make it make sense, because none of this is making sense to me.
Did he have another way in? And if he didn't have a way in, then we would give him a ride. But if he had more friends out there, then he needed to try to find another ride. We didn't want to get stopped by DMR for being over our limit on our boat and get a ticket. He said that he did have more friends out there, that he would just catch another ride. So that we saw some of the boys leaving, and then we saw coming in the channel, coming around Fort Point into Fort Bayou. I fussed at some of the boys that were in the water behind one of the boats. And later, now, we didn't know at the time how relevant it was. But my wife, when all this started happening, my wife said, "Honey, that's the boys you fussed at in the channel. I thought they were swimming in the channel." And I fussed at him about.
Okay. He just said something else interesting. He said he fussed at one of the boys that was in the back of the boat. Why are you fussing at them? What were they doing? Go into that. What was the reason that you had to fuss at them? Was something going on? Was it an altercation? Were they horseplaying? Why would you need to fuss at grown men? Let's not act like that they're little boys. These are adult men. That is a question that should have been asked by Nancy Grace. But see, it doesn't meet the narrative that's trying to be stirred. Y'all got to think deeper. It may bring out something that they don't want out. Was there an altercation that you saw? Why are you fussing at boys? I'm going to rewind it for you a little bit so you can hear him say it again.
I looked up, I seen the boat pulling out it was loaded with kids. I seen them pulling out, and I told him that we were at capacity on my vessel, and did he have another way in? And if he didn't have a way in, then we would give him a ride. But if he had more friends out there, then he needed to try to find another ride. We didn't want to get stopped by DMR for being over our limit on our boat and get a ticket. He said that he did have more friends out there, that he would just catch another ride. So that we saw some of the boys leaving, and then we saw coming in the channel, coming around Fort Point into Fort Bayou. I fussed at some of the boys that were in the water behind one of the boats. And later, now, we didn't know at the time how relevant it was. But my wife, when all this started happening, my wife said, honey, that's the boys you fussed at in the channel. I thought they were swimming in the channel, and I fussed at them about getting out of the channel. And they hollered,
hey, what's the channel, guys? All you boaters and all of you ocean extraordinaires, the ones that's in the comments telling us about how tides and waves work. What is the channel? Because he found it out that the boys were swimming in the channel. He took it so far that he had to fuss at them about swimming in the channel. Is it dangerous in the channel? Was Nolan Wells in the channel, in that group of boys? That's something Nancy should have asked, right? Was Nolan in the channel swimming in a dangerous situation, so dangerous that you had to fuss at them about being in the channel? Ask the damn, I ain't gonna cuss, not today, Jesus. We had good prayer this morning. I ain't gonna cuss. But ask the question that we need to hear, Nancy. Stop playing in our face. I said what I said. You don't get mad at me because I question Nancy's motive. I remember how she did Carmelo.
we're putting our plug back in the boat.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Put him up. So you saw the Nolan acquaintances on the Triton when you were leaving. Is that correct?
We saw them leaving. Well, we take that back. Hold on. There was multiple boats. We saw the blue boat leaving with all the kids on it. We saw the Triton in the channel when we came in around the corner. If I'm not mistaken, I think they may have left a little earlier. I'm not sure. I'm not sure of that timeline. We saw the blue boat leaving. We saw the white boat in the channel. I fussed at the boys whenever we were coming into Fort Bayou Marina.
Mr. Hewitt, let me understand. You're talking about two boats, a white boat and a blue boat.
Yes.
You recognized the blue boat. You knew the people on the blue boat. Was the white boat the
Yes.
Triton?
Yes.
Okay. You stated that a young man named Eric asked you for a ride. Was that on Horn Island?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't take him because you were at capacity. Did he end up on the Triton?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know how he made it back.
All right. What, if anything, did you observe when you were at Horn Island? Tell me everything that you saw.
We only saw the blue boat leaving.
So this person said, the channel is the boat lane, shaking my head as if my question was crazy and stupid. No, because if the channel was just the boat lane, why did he have to fuss at him? What is he fussing at him for? That's the question. Stay respectful in the comments. Let's keep going. And no, I'm not racist. Everybody know that. Don't entertain them.
Even at 4:30, we were picking up anchor when that young man asked us for a ride. He was standing at the back of my boat. The blue boat pulled out in front of us. So he said that was his friend leaving. That's what we saw at the island. When we were almost back to Fort Bayou.
I got a question. Didn't he say that, and I might have heard it wrong, did he say that he was fussing at them because they were swimming in the channel? Why would people be swimming in the boat lane? And my question still stands. Was Nolan in the boat lane swimming? See, y'all got to make it make sense. Make it make sense. Why are they swimming? No wonder why he's fussing at him. I still got a question. Was Nolan with them? Let's keep going.
The Triton was stopped in the channel, and I fussed that 3 of the boys were in the water, but I thought they were swimming in the water in the channel, and I fussed at them about getting out of the channel, and they hollered back to me, "We're putting the plug back in the boat."
Okay, and explain to non-boat goers what that means.
So apparently they pulled the plug if they had water in the hole.
So he was there doing the CTO call, is what he just said. But he mentioned that hold on. But he didn't mention like none of them being on the phone. He just said that they was swimming and playing or whatever, doing whatever in the channel. And he mentioned that one of them screamed back and said they're putting the boat plug back in the boat. And remember, during the CTO call, we heard Wyatt tell Bart to jump in and put the plug back in the boat. So this man was seeing the CTO call, is what I'm getting. Is that what I'm hearing, guys? Is that what? Because we heard on the CTO call, Wyatt said, "Bart, jump in, put the plug back in," right? So he didn't see him sinking? Because they said that their boat was full of water. This man has not mentioned anything about that boat taking on water. Did he? I didn't hear it. Did you hear it? I didn't hear that. Now I really don't believe the boat was taking on water. He didn't even mention nobody was on the phone in distress or nothing. Let's keep going. Keep listening. He witnessed the CTO call, the alleged CTO call.
Hole of the boat. When they got the boat up and moving on plane, they must have pulled the plug and got the boat up and moving, and it'll pull water out of the hull of the boat.
Mm-hmm.
And you
now
can leave it out until you start to slow down again, because then your boat will start taking on water again. So my guess is that that's where they slowed down, because they were close to home and they jumped out to put the plug back in the boat to keep from taking on water again.
Could you see what the boys?
Okay, let me rewind that real quick, because what he said didn't make sense.
Friend leaving. That's what we saw at the island. When we were almost back to Fort Bayou,
okay,
the Triton was stopped in the channel, and I fussed that 3 of the boys were in the water, but I thought they were swimming in the water in the channel, and I fussed at them about getting out of the channel, and they hollered back to me, "We're putting the plug back in the boat."
Okay, and explain to non-boat goers what that means.
So apparently they pulled the plug if they had water in the hull of the boat. When they got the boat up and moving on plane, they must have pulled the plug and got the boat up and moving, and it'll pull water out of the hull of the boat. And you can leave it out until you start to slow down again, because then your boat will start taking on water again. So my guess is that that's where they slowed down, because they were close to home and they jumped out to put the plug back in the boat to keep from taking on water again.
Could you see what the boys were doing on the side of the boat? Do you know that's what they were doing, or is that what they told you they were doing?
That's what they told me they were doing. I don't know if that's what they were doing, but I mean, they would have no reason to tell me that if that's not what was happening.
I have no reason to believe or disbelieve them. I'm just trying to determine, can you corroborate what they were doing as your eyewitness? I mean, if you can't, that's fine. If you can, good. They told you they were plugging the boat. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
But you don't know on your own what they were doing outside the boat?
No, ma'am, because our encounter was brief. I was coming in the channel and passing their vessel.
What was the scene on Horn Island? I noticed in one particular video that I would love to see, the boats are very close together. That concerns me, because there could be a fight between those boats. Somebody could be held under the water between those boats. Somebody could slip and fall and hit their head and go underwater between those boats. And I don't know that anyone would ever notice.
Yeah, it's that way typically for the 4th of July, Memorial Day, Labor Day weekends. It's pretty packed like that because it's a pretty hot spot for the whole Gulf Coast boating community ends up out there. So there's a lot of boats. And you're right. If something happened between a boat, most drownings are silent. Nobody, nope. The potential there for somebody to hear that and go unnoticed is extremely likely. It could have happened.
To Ben Dobrin joining us, emergency response, a diver and instructor. Ben, we know that the second medical examiner that did the autopsy did not have the lungs or the throat. Lungs, I understand, to determine if they were full of water and what kind of water. Throat, I do not understand why that was taken. That's a question for Dr. Gorniak. But Ben, you just heard John Hewitt explain correctly that drowning is a silent death. If his lungs are full of water and he did in fact drown, which is an if, I want to figure out how he got in the water. Okay. Was he hit? Was he struck? Was he held under? Did he slip and fall? Did he lose his footing? What really concerns me is that red mark on the back of his occipital. So I got to figure out what that is. I got to figure out why his throat was taken out by the medical examiner. If it's a drowning, why do I need his throat? But explain to me, I mean, I'm a layperson. You're the expert. It's not just that their lungs are full of water. It's how they got in the water to start with.
Absolutely. And right now, this is all speculative. And so there's lots of variables to play. So he's a young man, very athletic by his build. So he might assume that he's a good swimmer. I have no idea if he was a good swimmer or a bad swimmer. Till we get the toxicology report back also. We don't know if he had alcohol in his system. Yes, he was underage, but no, we were all young at one point, and it was July 4th weekend. I don't know if he had a couple of alcoholic beverages or not. So these are all things we have to find out. But he was in the water. We do know that at some point. So if he was trying to swim, once again, pure speculation. His friends were trying to leave. He said, I want to stay on the island a little bit more. I'm having a good time. For me, what that says is I'm a young man. There is somebody that I want to talk to. Generally, it might be a young lady that he wants to speak to or a group of young ladies. So pure speculation. His friends were going back to shore. He didn't want to go back. He thought it was time for him to talk to some other people. Maybe another boat left or somebody waved to him out or he got overwhelmed. It is people don't realize how quickly you get tired swimming and how far distances are different. 100 yards on dry land is nothing. You can
First of all, sir, you will not make me to believe that Nolan Wells tried to swim home or anywhere. That's ridiculous. The people that she has on her show, some of them are just crazy to me.
Walk 100 yards and not think about it. 100 yards for swimming, a lot of people can't. They think they know how to swim, but 100 yards, if you're in a 25-yard pool, that's there and back, there and back. And a lot of people who think they know how to swim, if you tell them to go swim 100 yards, can't do it. And so if he was trying to swim even a short distance and got overwhelmed and got tired, and like the other person said, drowning is quiet for the most part. On movies, people always are going up and they're down and they're screaming and they're yelling. That doesn't happen. When people are fighting for their life and they're fighting for that breath, they're going to lean their head back to try to get that mouth as high as possible. And once you do that, and water rushes in and it's all over. But people overestimate their swimming abilities. Even if he was walking, that's not a pool. People who, don't spend a lot of time in open water don't realize there's drop-offs, there's holes. And so if you're expecting to take a step onto solid ground and you take a step onto a drop-off, I have found bodies, many bodies, were in 3 feet of water and then 6, 7, 8, 10 feet of water. I found many bodies in my career right at the bottom of a drop-off. It's an easy place for people, for us as divers, to find bodies. But that's where we find a lot of them is people, they're walking along and they think it's going to be solid ground and they take a step and they go down and they gasp. And while they gasp, they're underwater. They breathe in that one breath. And that's all she wrote. And so there's a lot of speculation here, but drowning is not a hard thing to do. I mean, the fact that people don't drown, is great. I love that we're having more swimming lessons every year. I love that people are being
Okay, before we go off into swimming safety, Ben, you said something that really got my interest, and that is that you find many people in the spot where they drowned. And that leads me to where Nolan's body was found up on the shore. Why is his body there? Okay, it's just on some wet sand. Now we're talking about current and tide all night long. What?
That's when it's a witness. It's when it's a witness drowning, and I have somebody say he or she went in right there, and then we go out and them right there. If it's 2 days later,
you covered
that's a whole different ballgame. Okay.
To John Hewitt, was the island locked down on the 5th and the 6th trying to find Nolan?
We didn't go back out the next day, but I understand that whenever everybody started, we got up the next morning and we heard that there was a kid missing, and we said, oh, he'll wake up on somebody's couch, because I can tell you that we were really close to where all those boys were. We had to shut our music off on our boat. They had a big party going on over there. And we thought that he was just going to wake up on somebody's couch. He rode in with another boat. There's a lot of people out there that know a lot of people. Everybody, it's not uncommon to come and go on different vessels. So those kids all get out there from Ocean Springs, Biloxi, Gulfport. They all know each other. They all ride back and forth with each other. So we thought maybe he was on somebody else's couch. We heard that he was talking to that girl, Katie. We like, oh, well, they're going to find him. Somebody's going to talk to him.
Johnny, that all these people know each other, but no one thought that Nolan was being left behind. To Dr. Jan Gorniak joining us, renowned medical examiner, formerly from Vegas. We know that Nolan was identified by dental records. Fingerprints or facial identification was not possible. There was a closed casket, which tells me his face could not be reconstructed. I'm trying to find out why that is.
Well, it's known that he was decomposed. So if he is that badly decomposed and not visually identified, because once you start decomposing, your skin starts to slip. We don't know what was underneath the water. So we were talking to I heard someone talking about there's crabs, there's fish, there's turtles that could be eating on the body, and that could obscure facial features. We have to have somebody positively identified before we can release them to their family. And the easiest way and the cheapest way would be fingerprints, right? But someone would have to have fingerprints on file. If he's decomposing and especially someone in water, think about if you sit in the bathtub too long, right? Your fingers get wrinkly. In this case, when someone's in the water too long and they're decomposing, we have what's called the gloving. So actually the outer layer of your skin actually slips off. So you don't have any prints to print. The next way to identify somebody is through dental records. So they had a possibility that a tentative ID that was Nolan, but to positively ID him, they had to get dental records from his dentist and make that comparison. So if they're identifying somebody through dental records, they were definitely not visibly identifiable. And I can only speculate that he wouldn't have been able to have an open casket.
Dr. Gorniak, why was his throat taken during autopsy?
That is a normal procedure of all autopsies. All autopsies are done the same way. It is a complete examination of a dead body. So when we do an autopsy, we are examining every organ in the body, including the neck organs. So we have to look at the neck organs because, and I see you showing a picture, there's structures in the neck that can help us determine if someone was strangled. So you have that little U-shaped bone. It's called the hyoid bone, and it sits way up in your neck. So if someone is strangled, that bone can be broken. So we need to look at that. The thyroid cartilages stick out in the back. So you have your thyroid gland in the front, the thyroid cartilages stick out in the back. If those are broken, that too can be a sign of strangulation. An autopsy is done to determine the cause of death. So we have to look at everything in order to rule things out. the interesting thing about the neck, it's the
Well, my
last.
question is, Dr. Gorniak, was why was the throat removed and not just examined? His throat was missing along with his lungs when his body was sent for an independent autopsy.
Now that's a good question. That is a good question, Nancy. I respect you for asking that question, because why wasn't it just examined? Why was it removed and retained? Why hasn't Dr. Mitchell had the chance to come and examine the throat? I understand that it's going through the grand jury and things of that nature. Is it something that they found in his throat that they don't want released to the public? That's the only thing that I can think of, because there's no law or no legal proceedings that would allow Dr. Mitchell from releasing his official completed autopsy to the public, just like Ben Crump already came out and released the preliminary results of the autopsy pending investigation. Could it be that? I don't know what else it could be other than alleged covering up or something, or are they trying to retain the real true cause of death, which is maybe not drowning? That's what it looks like to me from the public until it goes through the grand jury. That's my question. Let's keep going.
Not missing. So what I said was, in all autopsies, that whole structure comes out in every single autopsy that we do, because we cannot assess the hyoid bone or the thyroid cartilage if it's still in the body.
Okay.
So that comes out. What people don't understand is when we do an autopsy, we have what we call a specimen jar. So every single organ that we look at, we have to save a section or a piece of that organ in the specimen jar, because once we release the body, once the body is released to the funeral, right, what we can't get it back. So what if we say, I'm like, oh my goodness, let me look at the heart under the microscope. I can go back to that specimen jar and get a piece of heart out and make a slide out of that heart.
If you know or think you know anything regarding the death of Nolan Wells, please dial 228-769-3063.
So that is the end of that interview, guys. What do you think? What do you think? We have another interview tonight with Nancy at 6:00 p.m. Eastern time. I'll be live then. And then at the same time, there's a simultaneous, look, can't say that word, not even going to try. You guys know what I'm trying to say. My members do. Going on with Jeff Metcalf on the Carmelo Anthony case that's behind the paid wall, but I have access to that. We've learned some interesting things. Whatever that was going on in the channel, looks like it was going on during the CETO call, and it was so disturbing to the witness that said Eric asked for a ride. I don't understand that. What was going on with the boat or on the boat to where Eric did not want to go back on the boat that he came in on? Or was that a decoy? Was that just to show us that it's normal? You know, there's a narrative. Oh, it's normal for friends to go with one a bunch of group or whatever group of friends on a boat, and it's normal to hitch a ride with somebody else. That is a narrative that's out there, right? So it could be to try to prove that. Allegedly, we don't know. I just have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions, and I'm going to keep asking them. So now I've learned that by Angie, the person that did the CETO call enhancement did an interview and it ended about 30 minutes ago, and that's Janetta Brantley, and she's interviewing with Auntie Elliott. Elliott is his name. Hold on, let me pull it up. Elliott Connie is who she's interviewing with. So I wanted to go ahead and watch that interview, because what we're not going to do is we're not going to forget the CETO call. We know what we heard on that call. They are, I swear, they swinging. They out there just windmilling in the comments, on the media, everywhere, to try to deflect us from the CETO call. Number one. Number two, we know that recently the attorney that the Wansleys recently hired the African American attorney, he subpoenaed the CETO call and everything and all the records that go with it. So that call has entered the investigation officially. So let's go ahead and see what Netta, this is Janetta Brantley, is going to say about the call. Let me rewind it. If we can watch it.
I don't know what it is, but literally based on this one simple fact. When Nolan Wells' body was found, the sheriff came out very publicly and said there are no obvious signs of foul play or no signs of foul play, which I thought was odd. Before any investigation or anything had been done, the sheriff came out and said that. And then the state has now completed their autopsy. And an autopsy, for those of you who don't know, an autopsy is a public record. I've talked to attorneys who've told me, all of them have told me, I've never seen a scenario where the autopsy was not made public. And this autopsy, not only has it not been made public, but it has not been shared with Nolan Wells' family or his attorneys. It's literally a private document. And I can't help but think, if the autopsy confirmed...
I want to address the persons that's yelling in my comments as if I'm an idiot. Okay, it is well known that the Wansleys and Ben Crump said they're doing a simultaneous investigation. They're doing their own investigation. So when I say that the call has entered the investigation, it is for the civil suit investigation. I didn't say criminal. I just said investigation, okay? All right, cool. Let's get back to it. You guys stop. Calm down in the comments.
That it was an accidental drowning, they would have sprinted to have a press conference to confirm that. So the fact that they're doing something other than that, I find very suspicious. And this whole thing has just been very suspicious. And then the CETO call leaked. And when I heard the audible or the audio from the original CETO call, it was inaudible. I couldn't understand really a word of it. And then I hear that someone with an audio background has enhanced the audio quality of the call. When I heard that, my bones chilled. Actually, I literally had a chill go through me hearing some of the things I heard on that call. I made a video about that, and I purposefully withheld the name of the person who had enhanced the audio call. Not because I did not want to give them credit, but because I know how the internet is. And I did not want that person to experience backlash. And then I saw another influencer who did mention her name, and by that point, her name was everywhere. And we have some mutual connections. And today, we're going to be able to talk directly to this person who enhanced the audio call. And I think this is an important conversation because a lot of us have been accidentally thrust into the middle of this story when all we want is justice for Nolan Wells, so his family can have justice and closure, and so his family can grieve in a healthy and appropriate way. So, without further ado, I would like to bring up to the stage my new friend, Janetta. How are you doing?
Pretty good, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. It is nice to meet you. I was going to say in person, but nice to have a dialogue with you.
Likewise.
So I want to get into your work in this specific case and in this specific scenario. But before I do, I want to learn about you a little bit. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
And because we're now friends, I'm calling you Netta for the rest of
That's cool with me.
Well, first of all, where are you from?
Houston,
Texas. Okay. And why, tell me about your professional background. What do you do? How long have you been doing it? Where did you train to do it? What is this thing that you do?
Sometimes I like to jokingly say, like, I've been doing music all my life since I came out the womb. But that's really where it started. I started off in music first. And then that kind of turned into music composer, music producer. I went to school to pursue a bachelor's in music production. And then lo and behold, I found out that there was more to music than just what we, know on the surface. And at the school, Full Sail University, they actually taught me a little bit more about sound in general. So they taught me sound design, sound engineering, audio engineering outside of music, how to clean and edit dialogue in film and TV, how to record Foley, and just basically build the world of sound in the visual format. And so I've been doing that for quite some time now. I've been an audio engineer for almost 20 decades. The part where
20
the
years,
film,
2 decades.
yeah, I said
Okay.
20 decades.
I'm gonna say you look great for 2,000 years old.
Right? No, but
Or 200 years old.
facts. But just the sound editing and the dialogue editing, I've been doing that for 1 decade, 10 years, where in film I've worked on at least more than 50 something films and shows where, this can be validated just by simply going to my IMDb. So I've
Right.
worked on so many feature films, TV shows, commercials, cooking shows, where I'm literally the one in charge of either recording the dialogue on set, like a boom operator, holding the microphone over the talent, or doing the sound mixing on set. So I'm capturing their dialogue, and then I'm mixing live there, or I take it into post and I actually clean up the dialogue. I get rid of the noise and things like that. So I've been doing that for 10 years now, professionally. And that's my career. Like, I thrive. I love what I do. I'm so passionate about it. And I live and breathe sound and music.
So something that a lot of people might not know, so I want to highlight what Netta just said. And I'll be, totally frank. I didn't know, I got invited onto a huge movie set a few years ago, and the movie was Bad Boys 4. And let me tell you something I didn't know, Netta, that is obviously just part of your world, right? I get invited to go on the set of Bad Boys 4 to meet Will Smith and do some stuff. And the scene I saw, Netta, have you seen the movie?
Yes.
Do you remember the scene where Will Smith, Martin Lawrence, Tiffany Haddish, they were in like the like boom boom room of the strip club?
I remember vaguely.
Okay. All right. I was in the strip club the day they shot that scene. Okay. Now, here's what I didn't know is you have to shoot a movie in silence.
Correct.
So what they would do is they would play music for 7 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So the dancers would dance, and then they shut the music off, and the dancers were told to keep the music in your head and keep dancing. And they had people like you literally hanging from different parts of the room with boom mics to like capture sound.
Yep.
I also didn't know that I guess I'll pose it to you as a question. So how unusual is it of you that you have to like remove sound and you have to edit sound post recording of the video?
It's not unusual at all.
Right,
It doesn't
okay.
matter how often. It's like everything is shot in silence, but sometimes that doesn't remove everything. There's always room tone, fans, maybe outside noise. There's noise everywhere. Like even silence has a frequency. And with that, literally, it doesn't matter what I get, how professional or unprofessional the production is. There's always some type of noise I have to get rid of.
Right. So in essence, what I'm getting at is, to me, a layperson who's, I don't record stuff. I mean, I do now just to the point of like what my cell phone does, whatever. But like to a professional, enhancing audio and making sound clearer, this is your life. This is like what you do.
Yes.
And have been for 20 decades.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make that very, very clear before we get into So then at some point, I assume you're just like me. You're just a random person living in Houston, Texas. By the way, I live in North Texas. I live in the Dallas area. So you're just a random person living your life in Houston, Texas, and you become aware of this story. So even before you heard that there was an audio of a call, what was your first awareness of the Nolan Wells story?
Seeing the post from Christine saying, he's missing. These are the pictures of the last people he was with. If anybody can help, just her updates. She had, she was going with whatever was being told to her. And so I saw a little bit of, my bad, I made a mistake. This is not what he had on. This is what he had on, but we're still looking for him all the way up until the 6th when his body was discovered. And from that point on, it was like, but that was really all it was for me all the way up until I heard the audio. I wasn't really following it that much. It was just one of those, I just hope whatever,
right,
whatever happens, she finds out what happened to her son.
So you're not, at that point, you don't plan to engage in this story other than I have empathy for a mom who's missing her son. And I really hope this mom finds out, I really hope this mom's son comes home safely. Like you're just following the story like everybody else.
Yeah, pretty much.
When you heard the audio call, why did that change?
It was just concerning. Like even before I cleaned it, for one, my wife is my backbone, my rider, my A1, my everything. And so when she came to me saying she had heard it and that I needed to check it out and maybe see if I can clean it up, that's when I first got wind that there was even audio out, that call or a snippet or something along those lines had been released. And so when she said it, I was like, okay, one of these days I'll put time to that. Like I'll put whatever aside I'm doing and listen to that and see whatever I can hear. But that's how far it went for me. But then when I woke up that morning on the 26th, I remember it so like it was yesterday because we were getting ready to go to this little adventurous thing and have fun. When I played it from my phone, it just kind of, I was taken aback. I was still laying in bed. And so when I played it, I remember sitting up and then playing it again, like, this can't be for real. Like this can't be the audio that was released to the public. And so I think that was coming from, I don't know if it was a content creator's page that shared it, but I just remember thinking, this is concerning. This is definitely sus, short for suspect.
Yeah.
But as I was playing it from my phone, I was already hearing things that stood out. And one of the first things I heard was Nolan's name. And up until then, I had only heard some of the stories, being told from the friends that he had decided to stay behind on the island. And so with that, thinking, okay, if he allegedly stayed behind on the island, why are they yelling his name on this call? Like he can't be two places at once.
Can I pause you for a second?
Yeah.
I want everybody to understand something about what Janetta is saying. So I want to highlight something she just said. I don't have a music background, a sound editing background. I don't have that. But Netta, I have a clinical background. So for example, what's your wife's name?
Ashley.
Okay, I'm going to be really mean to you and Ashley, okay? If let's say I'm in Houston and I'm at a restaurant and I'm sitting close to you and Ashley, and I overhear you and Ashley having an argument. Because I have massive experience clinically, I hear it differently than everybody else will hear it. Like I will hear that and I'll be like, okay, Netta doesn't pay enough attention to Ashley. She's building resentment. Like I can't help it because I've been doing this for 20 years. So my senses about emotional content are heightened because I've been doing this for so long. So what I want everybody to hear is like when she said, I listened to it on my phone, she's referring to the unedited version of the audio. But then she said something really important. She said, I heard the word Nolan. Now, look, we're all meatheads. We don't have audio experience. Our senses in that way are not heightened. So we might hear that exact same audio and not hear Nolan. But I want you to think, how many hours has Netta been sitting in a dark room with headphones on, listening to literally like 15 seconds of content and spending hours cleaning up that 15 seconds of content, just her listening really close to every syllable that a singer, rapper, actor, etc. would be saying. So when she's saying something like, I heard the word Nolan, she's not talking as a human. She's talking as a human with this lived experience that has heightened her senses. And we know this happens, by the way, because people who go blind and they lose one sense, their other senses heightened and they have sharpened hearing. Netta, her hearing is sharpened in a way that the average person's isn't, because she has spent a lot of time with headphones on doing nothing but listening to, like, you got to edit out the bus that drove by while we were recording such, like, so when she says, I heard that word, I need you guys to understand she's saying it like with my superhuman hearing, I heard that word. Now people have heard this and been like, how did she hear that? And I just want to make it clear, we're not talking to an average person. Now she might be
Let's be honest. A lot of us heard it before she even enhanced it or cleaned it up. Even though there are people in the comments trying to do what they do on a daily basis, which is diminish or downgrade or whatever you want to do, or deflect from the CTO call. We heard what we heard. It is what it is. And she heard Nolan, and I heard Nolan too prior to the enhancement of this call. And a lot of people did. A lot of people did. And one thing you won't do is to make us forget what we heard. Okay? You can try, but it's not working. As you can see, we're still talking about it.
Average cook. She might be an average artist. She might be an average exerciser. She might be an average, like, everything else. But she is above average in this. And it's very important that we hear that when she says, I heard this, she's saying it from a very different lived experience from the rest of us. So I want everybody to understand she has a superhuman trait, and that superhuman trait was at play on that morning. So she pops up, I heard Nolan, and my brain went, oh my gosh, because every story we had heard is Nolan stayed back on the island, and this audio apparently from the boat, and this superhuman was superhuman.
Let me address this comment. It was the way that it wasn't only what we heard, Nolan. It was the way that it was said. Oh my God. Is he dead? Please don't die, Nolan. They didn't say no, no man. You in my comment section trying to deflect. For what? You don't agree with what my channel was talking about. Why are you here? Why do you go to our platforms to be in our business? You don't agree. You're in our comments trying to what? Convince as many people as you can that they didn't hear what they hear? No, this is what I call bullying. This is what got Austin Metcalf unalived. Maybe that'll make you leave. Okay? Stop coming in our spaces, getting in our business. We don't do that to you. We don't. We don't care if you're over there talking about Nolan drowned. I bet you won't see us in your comments, ma'am. Respectfully leave. Let's keep going. Stop interrupting us.
Human hearing heard the word Nolan. And what did that trigger in you, Netta? Sorry to cut you off, but I just wanted to highlight you're not an average human when it comes to this.
Oh no, thank you. And it's fine. Cut me off whenever. I just remember feeling away because I wasn't expecting to hear Nolan first and foremost. It was just one of those I blindly set up to listen to a call just to hear what Ash had kind of put in my ear like the night before or
Right.
however long before it was. And so just hearing that is what really almost like a dog when their ears go up. Like they can't be saying Nolan because he's not supposed to be there. So what is going on? But I'm one of those, like it was a Sunday, so I'm kind of taking my time and I'm also understanding like we're in a rush. We got to get out the house. We got to go drive 45 minutes or so to go have fun. So I'm kind of like, I don't know. I don't even know how to put what I was feeling into words, but I do remember hearing Nolan's name being yelled. And so I got out the bed and I went and told Ash because she was already, rushing to get dressed herself.
Right,
And I was like,
right.
I finally listened to it and I don't know, like this can't be what was released to the public, because if it is, why hasn't this been further investigated? Why hasn't anybody been called in about this call? Like when we get back, I'm definitely gonna, clean this up and see what I can hear in it, because I listened to it the way they released it. So like imagine what I'm gonna hear when I clean it up. And she was like, okay, like bet. But that was kind of the gist of when I originally heard it for the first time. I played it like 3 times. I was concerned all 3 times I played it because each time it felt different, like I was starting to hear different things. And I remember making a post about it saying, yeah, I just heard this call for the first time. It was extremely concerning. These are some of the things that I heard, and this is before I've even touched it myself. So just imagine what I'm going to hear when I clean it up. So stay tuned. That was literally it.
And also, not to cut you off again, but you gave me permission. And I'm a therapist. That's what we do. When you said I made a post, to my knowledge, you're not a social media influencer at that time. Like you're just a regular person with regular, like I got my friends and family on my Facebook, and I post pictures of the life I lead with my wife and whatever on my Instagram. But you're not someone with 100,000 followers monetizing everything and trying to make money posting content. That's not who Netta is at that time.
Facts.
I'm a caring person. I have empathy for this family that just lost their son. I heard this audio with my superhuman dog ears, and I'm like, I start editing, I start hearing it, and so I just want everybody to know when she said I posted it, she's not saying I posted it to my YouTube where I have the Netta show and I post once a week. No, she is saying I posted it just like I posted my wife and I ate at this awesome restaurant. She's just saying I posted the way everybody else posts. And then you go into the lab and do your thing, right?
Yes. It wasn't until later that day, because we got back some hours later. So I didn't even get started on it till maybe 4, 5-ish. And I didn't post it until maybe like 11, maybe 10 or 11 o'clock that night, because it just took me some time even to sit with what I was uncovering, what I was hearing, and how it was making me feel and react emotionally. I kept taking breaks from it. I kept asking Ash to, like, babe, I need your mind. Let me use your ears right quick. What do you hear? Because again, I sat down, not as no forensic audio analysis or nothing like that. Just a regular audio engineer. I sat down to get rid of background noise, the stuff that I do all the time. I wasn't expecting to hear some of the things that I heard. And so when I heard them, like even in the first 7 to 10 seconds, what I thought I heard, the can I cover it up? Oh, I thought all about that. That took me back. That was literally how I did in my seat. Like, whoa. Had to pause a little bit, played it again, did want to it was like my body was reacting as I was working on it. So it took me hours to kind of manage my feelings while still trying to get through at least the first 37 seconds. And I stopped at that 37 seconds because that's when I heard for the first time, damn it, Bart. And that was one of those moments where I was like, I looked over at Ash, like, who is Bart? Like,
right.
Where did this name come from? And what is he saying? Because he sounds upset when he, you know, if someone says damn it right before your name, there's obviously like there's some type of attitude, upset, angry, frustration, something. And so that's when I literally focused on that last sentence. And I told myself, whenever I get done with this part, I'm just going to post this first 37 seconds because this is way too much. And I was not expecting to hear this, but it took me maybe an hour of going back and forth with Ash and then figuring out how to boost that tail end without distorting the quality of what was already there. And then when I heard the, you know, Nono's really dead now, that was it for me. I was like, yeah, this is more than enough for tonight. And then because I made that post that morning saying, you know, I heard some concerning things, I'm going to clean it up. I had noticed there was quite a way more comments than I even expected on that original post saying, hey sis, we waiting on that cleaned audio. And so I felt like, now I got to be a woman of my word, which I am, but at least let me give them what I've got so far. And that's when I actually put the video out with the whole disclaimer, because speaking with Ash, I really had to put thought into it, and I needed her mind to make sure that I did it right. I didn't want to put it out there, and understanding what I know about confirmation bias and things like that. So it was kind of a long conversation with her in regards to that. Like, you know, how do I go about doing this? Because I want to be honest and stay true to myself and say, you know, this is what I heard, but I don't want it to be interpreted as this is facts. This is exactly what they said. So I also want to open the door for the conversation. Like, this is what I heard, but I want y'all to listen and tell me what y'all heard. And that's how that happened.
Did you, I want to, before you posted, actually, I have a two-part question. Before you posted, at that moment, you are now the first person on earth to hear that clear version and hear things that you did not expect to hear. Like, no, he's dead now. Damn it, Bart, all these things. What emotional impact did that have on you, being like the one human being on earth before you hit send who had heard some of those words? That's my first part, and I have a second part of the question.
It was emotionally heavy. I'm not like I said, I'm not no crime investigator, no homicide, no, none of that. And so I wasn't expecting to hear it. So it hit me different than, I guess, somebody that really does do that for a living, where they're looking to find find incriminating evidence. For me, it just came out of nowhere. And so that's where those long breaks came from for me, because I didn't know how to process what I was hearing. I didn't know how to even analyze my actual thoughts and feelings in those moments. I didn't even know what emotion to put to how I felt in that moment. And that's why I always give so much credit and props to Ash, because had she not been present or in the room with me, I don't even know if I would have finished. I don't know if I would have went through with it, because it was just that much. And at the same time, I think it was like a bit of disbelief. Like, how was this released to the public? Like, this was obtained by WLOX News, and they got it directly from the source. They got it directly from the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. How did they release this and nobody think to really dig deeper into this call? And I think as I'm talking about it again with you, I like, however I was feeling in those moments, I'm starting to kind of feel it a bit, but I don't know what those words are to even put into words.
Well, I think I do. You want to
You're
know
gonna
what it is?
Educate me.
So okay. I'm going to educate everybody on what Netta is experiencing. This is actually evidence that Netta is a kind person, because kind people. So we live in a society right now where one of our political parties has demonized a very important word of the human experience, which is empathy. And what Netta is describing is empathy. She heard these words that are like shocking, and then she could experience all of these emotions all at once. I can feel the pain of the mom. I can feel bad for Nolan. I've got the disbelief. I'm like, I can't believe that this has been released to the public. But that means Netta is an empathic person, which is a very, very important trait, by the way. But then you did another thing, Netta, that I also want to highlight. How did you find the courage and strength to post it? Like you said a minute ago, like I'm a woman of my word. But you must have known there are going to be some people not happy that this audio is out. And you must have known that I'm probably taking a risk by posting this. How did you find the strength to do so?
Ash. It was her support, her encouragement, just her, sometimes with her just hearing, I got your back, we in this together. Mm-hmm. She said exactly what you're saying. Like, there's going to be a lot that comes with this. Me not understanding to the capacity that it is.
Right.
I trust her with my life. So had she not just encouraged me, just go ahead and do it, babe. You've already sat here with it. You've already cleaned it up. We hear what we hear. And I've seen, she says she's seen other people online saying that they also heard some problematic things. So she was like, just put it out there. And whatever comes out of it, we in this together. That's all it took for me. And I posted it.
And you posted it like midnight or something, right? You posted it really late.
It was close to midnight, yes.
When did you realize, oh, this is pretty big? When did it hit you like, this is gone?
It was maybe 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I turned over and looked at my phone and I had 2 missed calls from one of my best friends. And so I thought she maybe was in an emergency and needed us. And so when I called her back, she was like, oh my God, your name is attached to one of the biggest cases right now. Oh my God, you're a hero. And I was like, what? Like, I'm still kind of asleep. So I didn't realize that even what she was saying was as big as what she was saying. So I was like, girl, let me wake up and get my Dutch Bros. Let me get my coffee or something. And I kind of, went back to sleep for at least an hour. But then when I woke up, I realized that it had went viral, and every other, like, as I'm scrolling, I'm seeing my face and my video every other post. And so that's when it hit me. It wasn't even maybe 8 hours from the time I posted it to the time I realized, like, yeah, this really took off.
And I want to be very clear. I genuinely believe you are a hero. And you're a hero because heroes do difficult things for the right reasons. And I think you clearly meet that definition. You did a difficult thing for the right reason. I also want everybody to notice, like, listen to this woman's integrity. She is not saying, I know what I heard. She was like, I'm just going to put it out there and let everybody be the determinant of what they heard. I'm just going to tell you what I heard. She's made no accusations other than this is what I heard. And I will say it this way. If there are systemic forces at play hiding a story, this hero's work has made it harder for that story to be hidden. And for that, I think you need to be acknowledged as a hero. Now, when I was in Charleston, South Carolina, I was speaking at an event. And someone, I honestly don't remember who, I think it was an influencer friend of mine, sent me this audio. And I was sitting in my hotel room and I heard it and my bones chilled. I was like, oh, like, whoa, this is crazy. So I heard that. And then I was like, I gotta talk about this. And I purposely did not include your name. I said that earlier. And again, I'm not trying to steal credit from Netta. I actually wanted to protect her because I knew you had just done a heroic thing in that moment. So I was like, I want to acknowledge that this audio has been enhanced. I knew who you were and that you had done it, but I'm like, I'm not saying her name. But then within minutes, Netta, of me making a video and not saying your name was everywhere. And I want to, and this is, if you don't want to answer this, I fully understand. But I want everybody to understand life gets complicated for people who do heroic things for the right reason. And in America, in particularly, when you're doing heroic things for the right reasons, as an advocate for Black people and Black justice. So Netta, if you're comfortable sharing, what has happened in your life since those things went public?
Oh man, the defamation, the doxing, the racial comments, the hate, it's been like a roller coaster of support and hate, love and attacks. They've been like cyber bullying, cyber attacks and things like that. But it's been so much of it. To one of the ladies went above and beyond to post my mug shots from 20 years ago. She tried to throw out one of the vegan e-commerce brands that me and Ash used to really operate and thrive in. She just basically tried to throw any and everything negative out there about me that you can possibly think of, I guess, in hopes to discredit who I am as an audio engineer. Not sure what her end goal was there, but because of her, that's came even more hate to where now every time I make a post, there's people asking me if I'm still banned from Popeyes. Mind you, I've never been banned from Popeyes, but it's just little things like that, like seeing like I don't know, like the racial images, monkeys with lipstick on, like it's so weird how so much racism has come out of it when me myself I never made it about race. Right. I never mentioned race at all, but some of the most attacks that I'm getting are racially what's the word? Like I don't know the
racially charged.
Hate. I mean, it's just racism. It's just overt racism.
That, and it's so much. We when we were in Dallas last week at the Carmelo hearings, we actually came face to face with one of the guys that was on a call with that same woman, Sarah, who put our information out there and tried to dox us and tried to defame me and tried to slander me and all of that stuff. We ran into him because he was on a call that Ash posted about saying something along the lines of people that lie should have their tongues cut out theoretically or hypothetically. I think that's how he said it. And hot coal or hot charcoal should be placed on their tongues. Just even running into people like that, like we have to keep our head on a swivel even more now than before. And so it's been a little, like I said, a roller coaster of everything.
Well, there are a couple of things, Netta. I want to use my platform to achieve a couple of aims. And one of them is I want people to be educated on why certain dynamics happen. And I want you to understand why certain dynamics happen. I have seen people, and it happens to me too. I've gotten death threats and people call me a liar, people call me a race baiter, like all those things. But here's what happens. Netta did not mention race one time. What she mentioned was a mother. That's what she mentioned. It's like, I'm just a regular person on social media. I see this story. This mom doesn't know where her son is. I hope she finds her son. Race is not a part of that empathic experience. Then eventually the tragic news comes out that the son was found deceased. Netta, of course, is not, she feels for the mom that has happened. Then this audio comes, and again, everybody wants you to understand, she's got superhuman hearing. And by the way, all of us have a skill. How many of you guys, if you lived near the Wells family and you could bake a cake, how many of you would have been urged to bake a cake for them? I have been in contact with Christine, and being a clinician, I can't bake a cake and I can't enhance audio, but I can ask them, do you guys have everything you need emotionally? Because that's what I can do to help you. Like we give our service, and Netta's service happens to be audio engineering. What I want to make sure everybody understands, why hate comes out this way, is when Netta posts something that the hateful part of the white community doesn't like, before their brains can even process what Netta has done, they have to defend their own position. And I got to defend my position by tearing Netta down. Because if I can discredit Netta, then I get to be comfortable. Because the truth will often make people uncomfortable. Especially a hard truth like maybe Nolan was on that boat. And you'll see they try to paint a narrative of the other people on the boat by saying, these are good American boys. And when I heard that, I know what you're trying to do. And I want to scream, so is Nolan, a good American boy. So it's important that we all understand that's actually not hate. It's not hate for hate's sake showing up in her DMs and in mine. It's hate showing up as an attempt to quiet and discredit a hero. So everybody needs to understand that we are not going to be quiet, and we're not going to stop supporting people like Netta because our heroes need protection. The other thing I want to use my platform for, Netta, and I want you to feel safe, at least in this community. I want you to know, like, you know, it might be dangerous over there, but over here, there's nothing for me but warmth and love, because what you did will be remembered. I don't know what the resolution of this situation will be, or even if there will be one. I mean, some of these, they turn into cold cases and whatever. And I hope that truth and justice does avail itself to us. But I do know that if it does, it will in large part be because of this audio. Like if this audio does not come out and then end up in your hands enhancing it, I think it becomes a lot easier to sweep this story under the rug. And I want to be very clear. It makes no difference to me. I'm not advocating for these young kids, young boys, young adults that were with Nolan to be arrested and charged and convicted. What I'm advocating for is the truth. And whatever the truth is, we all have to be able to digest it. And we got closer to the truth because of your work, Netta. And I'm so deeply appreciative, because as a Black man, it's hard for me to watch these moms struggle with losing. And I'm biased towards moms, and I'll be very transparent as to why. It's hard for me to watch these moms lose their sons, because it just makes me think of my mom, who had 3 sons. My mother had 3 boys. And to watch what happens for things that just should never happen, it is just hard for me. So as someone who was there for the I almost want to say Wansley family, but for the Wells family, your work will stand forever. And whenever the truth comes out, it will be in large part because of this audio. I do have another question though. With all of this showing up, how are you taking care of yourself, and how are you and Ash taking care of yourselves, and how are you taking care of yourself?
Are you speaking from like mentally, physically, like?
Yeah. Like, how are you doing, and how How are you protecting your peace in the middle of all of this storm?
Well, we got each other. But we're just being careful for the most part, being mindful of everything we do and say. We're just being more observing of even when we go places and things like that. We haven't stepped out, like as far as working, we haven't been doing that as much. For the most part, we're just I guess leaning on each other and our families and the support that we've received from just people online, strangers near and far that has supported us. There was a woman by the name of Tamika on Threads when it was fairly new. She suggested that we set up a GoFundMe, and she actually set up a GoFundMe, but the day she did it, it was denied for whatever reason. Like it was on hold, and then she got a message hours later saying that they denied it and needed more information or something like that. So Ash set up a Give Send Go, and we've received support there to where we can still kind of manage and basically look out for our safety and our livelihoods from the support of the public. And so between that and just us being careful, that's really how we're navigating life these days.
Well, one of the things, are you comfortable sharing that link of how people could support you?
Absolutely. How did you want me to share it to you?
You can say it, put it in the chat, because I want people to understand something. We need your support. By the way, please, if you're watching this on YouTube, Facebook, please hit the like and please subscribe or follow, because that means the world to us, and it makes me continue to make content and know that you guys are out there listening. But like, Netta's in a position where it's like having resources available to her. It allows her to have security. It allows her to be able to take care of herself. And another thing, Netta didn't say this, but I'm gonna make a judgment about her. All of the audio engineers I've ever met in my life, and I have some tech people, Netta, on my team. All of the people in your world, they never, and I'm using the word never, which is why I'm judging Netta right now. They never ever seek being in front of the camera. These people are perfectly happy to be behind the camera for the rest of their lives. And literally overnight, Netta has been thrust front and center. And you guys, I'm going to encourage you, look, 820, well, it's moving, but almost 1,000 people, over 800 people are here live right now. If you can give $1, give $1. But I want you guys to support her fundraiser so that she can feel protected, taken care of, feel the support of the community, have the legal defenses if these I almost said something I probably shouldn't have, but if these people try to come after her, because remember, they're not coming after her because she did something wrong. They're coming after her because they want her quiet. And if you think about other people advocating in the Black community, a lot of people have been under attack, even legally, for things they did not do. And that doesn't mean Netta's not going to have to defend herself. So I want her to have the resource available to her so she doesn't have to stress about it. She can feed her family. She can hire attorneys in security, and she can take care of what she needs to take care of. And also, she can feel the like tremendous warm hug that will happen around her from knowing all of these people support her. So do you mind putting the link in the chat? And then I'll highlight it on the screen.
I'm not even sure what just happened to the sound.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me? Okay, she can't hear. I think she got a... Okay, I want you to leave and then come back. You got a phone call, I think. So I want you to leave and then come back. Helen, can you see if you can talk to her in the like backstage area? Or message her or something? Okay, we're gonna bring her back, so don't go anywhere. Because I definitely want you guys to support her and have her back. I'm gonna text her actually. Where can I find her? I think she's on her phone watching, and it looked like she got a phone call. But you guys, like, what she has done it's going to change the direction of justice in this case and potentially even in this country. I've told people many times that I think that technology and social media are the greatest weapon in the ability to fight for equality and justice, because there's audio and video of these things happening, and now we have people like Netta who can make sure that everything goes well. All right, hold on. We got the links. I'm going to have my team put them in the chat. Helen, stand by. I'm about to text you something. And if you guys can show up and support this young lady, it would just mean the world to me that she feels supported by the community that she has advocated for. All right, Helen, can you post that first link in the chat, and then I'll highlight it once you get it? Netta,
Okay, guys. So it looks like
Yes.
that is the
Perfect.
end
Okay.
of the actual interview. So what do you all think? Do you all still believe? Sorry. I know what I heard on the CETO call. There's nothing nobody can tell me different when it comes to that CETO call. And this was things that I heard prior to the CETO call being enhanced as well. I heard Nolan's name. I heard, is he dead? I heard, damn it, Bart. You know, what gets on my nerves is, it's just like they did Janetta Brantley. Not one time that you will see on my page that I mentioned anything about race. Anything about race. The only question that we have asked is what happened to Nolan Wells. And then the other case that we talk about a lot is Carmelo Anthony. People want to call you racist, and they want to attack you. They want to put their racist mentality onto you. Mental illness, that's what that is. Onto you, just because you support Carmelo Anthony's self-defense claim. And I've said a million times that I don't care if Austin was black and Carmelo was white. I would say free Carmelo, because that white Carmelo was defending himself. It does not matter what color they are. It only matters to racist people. They're deflecting and they're gaslighting. And just because we're asking what happened to Nolan also doesn't make us racist at all. You're racist. And that mentality is within you, and you're trying to deflect it onto us just because we're asking questions. And let's not forget about the history of how people that look like me are treated. We don't forget about that, but does that make us racist or does that make you racist? I'm so tired of racist people. Because not all white people are racist. Not all people are racist. Definitely not all white people. I've said it over and over again. There are some beautiful white people in the world. And you know what? Those beautiful white people stand with us because they see, they act, they speak out. They don't try to ignore it. They don't hold their eyes and they don't deflect and they don't act like it don't exist. I'm so tired of y'all. I actually don't want nothing to do with y'all. Like ever. You guys are sick individuals. Mentally sick individuals. So while we're talking about Carmelo, everybody that was here for Nolan, I'm done with the Nolan part of my live. I'm getting ready to talk about Carmelo Anthony. I know how you hate Carmelo for defending himself. Listen, like I said, if Carmelo was white, Austin was black, and that black Austin did what he did to Carmelo, and that white Carmelo defended himself against that black Austin, you better believe I'm going to be saying free Carmelo regardless of his skin. Only y'all think like that. You guys think like that because you're inbred evil. I can't even say what I want to say because YouTube will restrict you don't even know what love is. You don't even know, you can't even recognize a person that loves freely, that loves everybody. Because you're so full of hate that you don't even think it's possible. What a sad life you must live. But there is an update from the attorney. Now, I don't really know this content creator. Somebody sent me this. Apparently, there's an update that the attorneys spoke out after the appeal. This is from Jamil Peterson. So let's just take a look at what they said.
And Carmelo Anthony's appellate attorneys made their first public comments about the unsuccessful motion for a new murder trial.
Under the law, we had the burden of proof. It wasn't necessarily surprising in the sense given that there was a limited amount of time.
Lead attorney Russell Wilson was able to introduce into the hearing something jurors who convicted the 19-year-old never knew about during the murder trial. That's the troubled, violent episodes in victim Austin Metcalf's background. You believe that Austin Metcalf's background could have been submitted during Carmelo's murder trial?
I believe that the evidence we put on showed a pattern of conduct that should have been considered in determining whether or not who was the first aggressor in this situation.
Prosecutors responded by also introducing Anthony's troubled past behavior, which his legal team believes compares more favorably when matched with Metcalf's.
There was no arrest in it. He wasn't arrested previously. There weren't issues. Again, we're not going to go back and forth who's worse, who's not. This comes down to whether Carmelo received a fair trial.
That debate over a fair trial has centered around a private agreement offered by prosecutors and approved by the trial attorneys to exclude the background information of both teens from the evidence and let the jury decide solely on what happened during the brief confrontation that led to Anthony fatally stabbing Metcalf.
That jury did not hear all those things that they needed to hear, so there is no way that you can say that this was a fair trial.
If this agreement had never existed, how would the trial have been different?
There would have been a much greater likelihood that it would have been more difficult to strike the jurors during voir dire.
The exclusion of 3 black women from the jury by prosecutors is something these attorneys say will be part of the appeal process, which could be more than a year down the road. If this case was about self-defense, why would we need black jurors?
And so we think a diverse jury should be there. And we think that in light of the information they knew, that there was an issue regarding whether or not they had confidence that African-American jurors would not be receptive to that.
This is a simple question. I don't know if it's easy or hard, but Was this case about race?
There wasn't necessarily anything racial said at the time, but when you decide to approach or pick on a person, if you will, what motivates you to choose that person?
It absolutely had everything to do with race.
And Carmelo Anthony's appellate attorneys made their first public comments about the unsuccessful motion for a new murder trial.
Under the law, we had the burden of proof. It wasn't necessarily surprising in the sense, given that there was a limited amount of time.
Lead attorney Russell Wilson was able to introduce into the hearing something jurors who convicted the 19-year-old never knew about during the murder trial. That's the troubled, violent episodes in victim Austin Metcalf's background. You believe that Austin Metcalf's background could have been submitted during Carmelo's.
I'm sorry. I let it play it again. I wasn't paying attention. But what do you think about the backgrounds? Because that's what we want to talk about. It's been some controversy on whose background is worse. I have a guest coming who was actually at the trial, who is going to talk about his experience while there. I also have another clip that I would like to play, just a second, from another person that was also there. I do think that Austin's background plays a major part in what happened. Now, the reason why, and there's some debate about whose background is worse. Let me just be clear about something. And she'll be able to... Okay, hold on a second. I think the guest is calling. Just a moment, guys. Coming to the stage, but we were going to watch a clip, but we're going to allow the guest to get here first and just hear it from the guest. I'll give you my opinion on the different backgrounds. First of all, I've showed you where those messages from the game console that Carmelo, that was presented by the prosecution about Carmelo, those messages, most of them, a lot of them, was when he was 12, 13, 14 years old. Argue with somebody else. I've seen the dates. Okay? 2021 on up. Okay? Second of all, the direction of the messages could not be confirmed. They said unknown direction. So we don't know for a fact I don't know for a fact if the messages were being sent to Carmelo or received. All right. So with that being said, third of all, teenagers, especially young teenagers, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old, even 16, okay, say things via writing just to make themselves look better or look cool or look different. His GPA speaks different. The fact that he never acted on none of the stupid stuff that he wrote while he was playing that game, as you will learn, those when those messages were taking place, says a lot as well. And I don't want to hear about the text message that says, I am on the verge. Okay, I've always asked this question. Yeah, he had a text message the night before that I don't know if he sent it or received it because it says direction unknown. It says, I am on the verge. What are you on the verge of? You guys took that and demonized it. How? It's incomplete. What is he on the verge? Because he could be on the verge of a breakthrough. Hallelujah. What is he on the verge of? What is that? But you got people in the comments. That is a horrible, the news media. That's such a horrible statement. Oh my God. What is he on the verge of? And nobody can answer that question. That means nothing. And I don't care what he says about his dating preferences. either, where he said that he didn't want to date black girls and whatever else he said. I can't remember verbatim, but he wasn't even a man. So to take that, what a young teenager said about his dating preferences and make it seem like he hated all black women is diabolical. I have a 17-year-old right now, son, whose preference is not to, he doesn't want to, for every reason, he doesn't like to date black young teenagers. I don't know why. I try to talk to him about it. But as he matures, I'm pretty sure those girls that are in his age group are going to mature. And he's probably going to feel different. Maybe he won't. I don't know. But those are dating preferences. Does he hate me? No. Does he hate his aunts? No. His grandmothers? No. He doesn't hate black women. So the fact that people have withdrawn their support from this kid solely based off of that statement as a 15, 16-year-old kid is also diabolical to me. Matter of fact, anything that he said that he never acted on don't mean nothing. Now, let's flip to Austin and Hunter. Racism, racist graffitis, racist targeting black kids by throwing water bottles and bullying them. Not only black kids, you know. They did the same thing to other races. All races. They really didn't have any, they didn't care. They just was who they were. And they did what they did. Documented crimes. Documented. I mean, on probation for 12 months. Putting a girl in the hospital. Racism is a mental issue. It's deep embedded hate for a race of people for no reason other than the fact that their skin color is different, their hair color. There is no comparison. There is no comparison. Carmelo sending this text to his friends, or if it was saying, "Oh, I feel like going to pop out a school up," and then the very next line is, "I would actually not really do that." They left that part out, right? Means to me that he was just joking. He immediately said, "I would not really actually do that," and put a laughing emojis. Y'all just want to condemn this kid when he was up against two 6 feet twins over 200 pounds, threatening him all in his face, all while he's sitting down. And he asked y'all, "Don't touch him. Don't touch me." And I don't even believe he said, "Watch what happens if you touch me." I don't even believe that. Because Carmelo didn't even get up out of his seat before he got attacked. So that's why I stand with this kid. And it has nothing to do with his skin color. Nothing to do with his skin color. Like I said, it can be two black boys. It could be two white kids. If that white kid or that black kid was the one that had to get out from that situation, and oh well, even Hunter himself said that the kid made a mistake. You don't believe me? The very first interview Hunter said, he said it himself. We got into an altercation indicating him and Austin. I'll play it for you. You can hear it for yourself. Got into an altercation, and that kid made a mistake. How do you equate a mistake to intent? Can anybody make that make sense? Y'all, you the ones that have a deep hatred for a kid that was defending himself only because the kid that he was defending himself against happened to be white. But I will also say this, that if the races were reversed, we know good and well that if Carmelo was white, we know good and well that he would not be in jail right now. Welcome to the stage, King Cass. King Cass, everybody say salute. Salute, salute. How are you? How have you been?
Busy.
Been very busy. Yes, I've seen you on the internet doing your research and, fighting back and fighting a good cause, still standing for Carmelo. I really appreciate everything that you have done. I know that you were there at the trial. I know that your name was brought up at the trial.
Oh yeah,
I know that you made a phone call to Judge Chitty
I did.
at the trial, which I think that was kind of blown out of the proportion, But I am here to let you tell your story.
Sure.
I got a few questions for you, but
Sure.
I'll start out by letting you just tell us what went down in the courtroom. How
Well,
was it?
let's get to the elephant in the room first. As far as that phone call goes, it's nothing extraordinary. I will say, and I've told this before on other panels, the optics of it, of course, look odd. It's not a happy thing. But let's get back to why was that phone call made?
Okay.
It was made because I got my weekend scruff on. I'm not anyway. It was made because a district attorney had violated his ethical code in court in an attempt to downvalue all of us. It's not just me. It's all of us. He just came for me because he actually knows damn well that I'm a licensed attorney. He knows I've investigated murder trials before. He knows I was a daily journalist. Come on, man. You're a DA. You have at your disposal all the tools necessary to determine somebody's background. Okay.
Right.
So for him to get up there and tell that bald-faced lie, trying to get a rise out of me at court, all those things. And so it's important because what he's doing, if Judge Chitty had been on the fence in terms of credibility of witnesses, and by the way, he was allowed to both defend and witness over the objection of Attorney Russell, which I think was wrong. Not Attorney Russell, but the decision to allow him to do both.
Right.
So this sexual harasser alleged settled for 1.75 million with
read that
right with the other fella. Mr. Get Wet, Stay Wet. That's his nickname now. It's in the newspaper, folks. I didn't make it up, right? Stuff that you only tell your lover, right? That this guy's going around, it's just unbelievable crap, right? And people trying to get on me, and I'm like, you can miss me with it, man. Miss me with it all day long, right?
Right.
So anyway, what I want to do right now is I got to grab one thing from the other room, and then I'll finish up on this topic right now, and then we'll get on to like other things that are more substantive. Although this is substantive, we're going to discuss what I filed today. I haven't been able to get online to e-file it yet, but I will, or I'll mail it in. But I'll figure out the e-file. Just 1 second. I'll bring this 1 second.
No problem. For the ones that just came in, this is Mr. Christopher King. He is an actual attorney, even though people are saying that he's not on the internet. That is not true. Right now, he is explaining the controversial phone call that he made to Judge Chitty. He had to go grab something, and he is back.
Okay, we're gonna open up now. I don't pray per se, but we're gonna do a newfound. It's like a Negro spiritual. Okay, so just come along with me, if you will. It goes like this.
Okay.
Keep your hands up, niggas. Keep your hands. Keep your hands up, niggas. Keep your hands. Keep your hands up, niggas. Hands up, niggas. Hands up, niggas. Keep your hands.
Well,
second verse. You hear the second verse? Same as the first. Keep your hands up, niggas. Keep your hands. Keep your hands up, niggas. Keep your hands. Keep your hands up, niggas. Hands up, niggas. Hands up, niggas. Keep your hands. See? Simple.
In a nutshell, keep your hands to yourself. That's all that we all have to do. You don't approach, you don't assault, you don't bully, you don't attack, because you never know what's going to happen. You never know what that other person has, and that's just law, rule number one. And I keep saying that the first crime was committed by Austin and allegedly Hunter. That was the first crime. But there's nobody being. There's no consequences for the first crime that was committed.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you. Austin got a consequence, but it's still not clear how that really went down. I'm just going to say that.
Okay.
No, it's not clear at all. We're going to get into everybody's trying to talk. Somebody actually put a post up on Facebook today talking about, what do you think about Chris King talking about that a wound in his abdomen? Well, that's what Joshua Redmond said, and he's a coach and ex-Army. I think a grown-ass man who served in the military knows from chest plate to abdomen, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna say that. I mean, if not, why would you insult our military like that?
Right.
I mean, I'm a staunch supporter, not of what the military does under the direction of the commander in chief, especially with this protracted war now that there is no end in sight, and he doesn't seem to care. I'm not down with that, but I have a lot of military in my family. And I remember my Uncle Joe was a sharpshooter in Vietnam. And I remember he told me one day I was on CNN like in 97 over this crazy tattoo case, right? Oh, I don't want to go down the road right now. But anyway, my client was being made to tattoo somebody who had an advanced stage of HIV, T-cell count through the roof. You guys can find that if you look under Mike Rayco, the noted journalist from the Chicago Trib. Mike Royko did 2 columns about this case, and it was on CNN. And Uncle Joe called me. He's like, "Nephew, you're on TV," and I'm like, "I know." I'm like, I did notice the cameras in my face, right? But anyway, there's a crazy case, but anyway, so we support each other in the same sense that one of my good friends who's no longer with us, Evan Wright, we went to prep school together. He wrote, nope, that's not happening, Devin. He wrote, he's got a personal injury case, and he's got to be, just be telling you, dude, I'm on a live panel right now. We got to talk later. I'll call you. Okay, yep. So anyway, Evan wrote Generation Kill, which some of you may have seen. He's also a very prolific producer. If you look up Evan Wright, he's done a lot of work that some shows you may have seen or heard about. This brilliant guy. But anyway, we both respect military, but we're not, supportive of war. But if you put that uniform on and you take your ass out there in that battlefield, you're doing what you felt was right. And so we got to respect that every day. And so they respect me for what I do. And it's a mutual thing. It's not one or the other. But in any event, so Joshua Redman, you guys seen the post. Hey, this guy said there was a considerable, a good size, I said hole, but he said good size wound in his abdomen. And we'll talk about that a little bit further later in the show, because there's some things I can't say, and I got to think in my mind what I can and can't say based on what I know. So let me just, gesticulate on that privately while we go through the rest of this. So yeah. So what happened today? Those of you who were present, or for those of you who were not at the hearing, we know that Bill Werski attacked the hell out of me to get at other people and try to downgrade all of us. He went after Carolina, went after Tiffany Billions, and went after other people, because it's a continuation of what Judge Roach, his false narrative, that internet people and social media get it wrong. Well, no. In fact, that Strawberry Blonde girl from Dallas Morning News got it wrong. I forget her name offhand, but she's the one who said that with the narrative that Austin was unalived in Hunter's arms. Again, that we know that to be, demonstrably false.
Right.
Said that Carmelo wasn't jumped by other people, or implied that there was just a one-on-one situation. It was not. And you can even tell that, Freezy and I went through that ad nauseum. You could see that there was, the overlay they put on at first was garbage. And they're talking about we could use a laser pointer, but blah, blah, blah. No, you should have used a laser pointer and the regular video. And then on top of that, he used Spotlight. And so what all that does is it masks what's going on. So, good Lord, good Lord. So he was attacked by multiple people, and he was surrounded. There's even in Freezy's segment, there's one of them, you can see because of the overlay, there's a guy that comes out from behind Carmelo and then moves like stage left, or actually stage right, I think.
I saw that, yes. I saw that part.
Behind the pole. And it's like, and then you don't even see the part where Carmelo crab walks that everybody talked about. He kind of crabbed out of there. Right?
Right.
Well, you don't see that because of all the heavy, they stepped on it so hard. Yep. And this is stuff that this guy, I forget his name, they were not enhancing a video. They were tampering with evidence.
From my understanding, that is not the original video that was shown to the public, individuals that visited the high school to watch the video. Am I correct?
You are absolutely correct. And these people want to get up on me. Look, this is not my first murder case. All right. I mean, I've been the attorney on them. I've never tried a murder case myself. I have tried criminal defense cases. The juries and want them. But every now and then I leak the video, some of it online, and they're like, and I'm like, why are you so mad?
Right.
But why are you so mad, dog? So, this is not my first murder case. And one of the other ones that's most appropriate, and anybody can Google it, Daryl Jones in Massachusetts wrongfully imprisoned by way of a tainted video. And
Yes.
so I worked with the legal crew, and I worked with the grounds crew. I worked in the field. I worked with the legal team. And when I submitted my Pepper, heck, Pepper, get your ass back from that street, tripping. So anyway, she's a very smart dog, but so all right. So I submitted my notice of media coverage. This is standard protocol, guys. This is where people get a little twisted and stuff. Why, King? Why are you filing all this stuff? If you look up what journalists are entitled to do in courts in cases of closure, we file stuff. It's what you do.
Okay.
So in this case, let's compare Daryl's case to this one. You go to my YouTube page and run Daryl Jones. There's all kinds of court videos because guess what? I put my notice of media coverage in, which I cultivated with media professionals at the New England News and Press Association, where I was a guest speaker on what is media in 2011, 2012. All right. I was on the cutting edge. I was putting up civil rights videos on the internet back in 2003, dial up. Right. I've worked in wireless for decades now. Like when I wasn't lawyering, I was, doing in-house legal stuff, what you can do when you're not licensed. And then, finally this case came up and I said, man, let me go pay this fee and come on back. It was like $1,000. And I said, I'm coming back. I'm going to practice again. There's no mystery around this. All right. But that's what I do is, usually put in the notice of media coverage, which again was cultivated with other media professionals, so that you could let judges know what your qualifications are.
Yeah.
And I shot video in 7 states, some murder trials, some high-profile trials, not like big national cases, but they're big enough, like big regional cases. And murder trials involving cops, where cop was murdered, all this stuff, right? So yeah, I've been there, done that. And typically, like 97% of the time, I file in and I go to court and I do the thing. Now, in this case, I already knew that I wasn't going to be running video because I know how they are, but I'm still putting the notice of media coverage in to let them know I'm here. I'm a professional. I'm not going to do anything inappropriate. I'm going to mind my business and report the goddamn news. Okay.
So you're saying that because there's some controversial opinions out there on you're filing different things, and some people agree with it, some people don't agree with it, and it's probably because they don't understand. So I'm trying to give you the opportunity to explain it so they can clearly understand your reasoning behind these filings, number one. And number two, also explain to us, you had mentioned that it's normal for, is it investigative reporters to file these type of filings? Explain to us that process and why do they file these? Because I'm just clueless. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, actually, it's not normal in the sense that it's not normal for courts to be this closed, right? So it's only normal when courts go this extra mile to close the courthouse. Then it becomes normal. And just because I'm not Scripps Howard, I'm not, Chicago Tribune or whatever, right? That doesn't matter. I was recognized in Massachusetts, in the first group of journalists, and by the timing, I know I was the very first because I was the first to submit. There are 4 of us that were recognized by the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts. There were 4 of us that were recognized as journalists, and I know I was first, but just by alphabet, I was 3rd in the list. So, it doesn't. It just like I say, that was when people were realizing that everybody's a journalist, and that's true to a certain extent. But at the same time, and I recognize everybody's right to be a journalist, but be professional, be accurate. Try to double check your sources. And I've made a couple of mistakes here, but not some huge mistakes I've made in this case. Not really, and I've always owned up for it. And I've corrected people on a number of things that I saw going on that were not proved, that people cannot say, like people saying Jeff Metcalf is a criminal. No, he's not. I don't have proof of that. He sure as hell was charged with sexual assault. That's him. I pulled the files, right?
Okay.
But 99.9% on that. I know he was at a civil fraud case he had to settle in housing for his real estate practice. I know that. That's a fact. I know that his father-in-law apparently wanted to beat his ass because he wanted to bring charges on him. I saw that. I posted all these things, right? I know that there was a child abuse, child neglect situation at the house on January 1st, 2008. And the mandated reporter was involved. And I believe that would be Megan, because she bragged about being a cheerleader coach. That makes you a mandated reporter, blah, 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 right? So then I know the law firm stalled on giving me the basic information for that, like the allegation itself. They know damn well, and I published it already. That law firm walks it up to the AG's office every time, and every time they get smoked. This is not an exceptional case. Give him the documents. So I put them on blast, put their faces up there, and I was like, you know what you're doing? You're just jerking us around, you know? So eventually they're going to tell you to give it up. So,
okay, so you said something. You said that Jeff Metcalf is not a criminal, but you also said that he was charged with XUSO, whatever. I don't want to say the word misconduct.
Yeah.
Was it dismissed or something like that?
Out on a habeas. Yeah.
Okay.
Out on a habeas. So I don't know the details of it because it's kind of sealed up, right? But yeah, he got on a habeas. And that was right after DA Willis came to power and took his position, right? So, you know what? Can you hear me clearly? Because this microphone's way the hell over. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. Yes.
Okay. I'll leave it over there then. All right. All right. So yeah, that's the deal with that. You know, just like people can't call me a criminal, although they're trying to, because I've been indicted before. But guess what? I sat there. I was NAACP legal chair. It was all bullshit. They lied on me. This one woman said I came out the box at an art gallery and told her I was a licensed attorney. I could help her in New Hampshire. That was never the case. I might have told her that I'm a title insurance producer, which is equivalent to a closing attorney. And I said, you could come to us for that. But that was legal in New Hampshire because you didn't have to be a lawyer to do that. So I wrote for Chicago Title. Yeah, I know about property. Damn it, that's what I do. All right, some of what I do. So I ran a title company for a couple of years. Then I went on my own and did closings. That's not illegal. It's not unethical. You're not violating anything.
Right.
Gotcha. So
yep.
They made this shit up. And then when it came time for a hearing, so when they indicted me, I got to tell you the story. Okay. So.
Okay. After your story, I got to ask some questions. I got some questions for you. Okay.
Okay. If you have questions now, let's do that first. I'll come back to the story.
Okay. All right. So the first question is, I've noticed you spent a considerable amount of time. You researching the case, you're advocating for the case, you're investigating the case. What do you consider your role is in connection with the Carmelo Anthony case? Is it legal analyst, investigative journalist, advocate, or a combination of them all?
Do I have to pick one?
No, it can be a combination of them all.
There you go.
Combination of them all.
There you go.
Okay.
I'm everything but his lawyer.
Everything but his lawyer. Okay. All right. So let me see. Where do you personally draw the line between reporting on a case and advocating for a particular outcome? Where do you, this is your time to tell you about you.
Absolutely. I got a story for you. Okay. Let me open this thing up. So actually, this is a story that was written. Is this the one? Okay. This is, and we could do a screen share, I guess, or I could just read it, but this is an article that an op-ed.
You can send it to me and I can put it up.
Oh shit. Okay. How do you want me to send it?
Inbox.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
I'm in there's the chat with everyone, private chat with everyone. No. Okay. Start the conversation.
I'm right here, remember?
How do I make an attachment though?
Here I am. Isn't you hit the, it's right next to the microphone.
Oh, okay, wait, okay. There. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I got the microphone, I got the speaker, I got the share.
It should say attach a file.
Yeah, I'm looking. Because I've been in a studio before.
Not the private chat. I'm talking about the Facebook chat.
Duh. Yeah, let me send it to you. Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
All right, hang on. All right, boom. Okay, there. I sent you the Facebook chat now. And if you open that up, and a good starting point will be to go to.
I didn't get anything.
Oh, did it come yet?
Mm-mm.
Hold on.
Okay.
It's still sending. It's a big file. You know, I should have sent you the link.
The link.
Do that too. Yes, I do have the link. Yeah, because it's still
Okay.
sending. It's a big ass file. Hold on.
Okay.
Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Here we go. Here's the link. Okay, see more. Come on, come on, come on. All right. Boy, it's an ugly link. Hold on. I hope it works without having to go to a tiny link. Okay, I'm just gonna send it in the chat. Or no, I'll send it in Facebook. Hold on. Sorry guys, I'm moving as fast as I can here. Oh god, that's a big ugly link. It should work though. Let me know if it works.
I don't have anything yet. You can start telling the story, and I'll just pull it up when
Sure.
it comes.
Sure. Okay, so when you get to that, you want to go to page 19, and it is a story somebody wrote on Collin County inmates. Oh, this is 4.0. Now it's 4.0. I think it used to be 2.0. Wow, they were moving up in the world. But that site has been historically racist, I felt, and so when somebody sent me this screenshot of the story, I was like, oh god, them again, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then I started reading it, and all I could read at first was the top, and it says, have you heard of KingCast? Now you have. Let's get into this. And I'm like, oh god, man, another like another spate of hate mail. So then I start reading it, and the guy says, his name is Rick, and Rick says, before the defense ever turned this into a major new trial issue, Christopher King was already putting the access problem on paper. King is not Carmelo Anthony's lawyer. He filed as a journalist, KingCast, and his documents are all about one thing: transparency.
Right.
He asked for public access to trial exhibits, official audio, subpoenas and records, and the release of key video connected to the Frisco Kuykendall incident. He warned that without audio, cameras, or meaningful access, the public could not fully evaluate witness tone, credibility, or what actually happened in the courtroom. And then some smart ass Skylar or whoever she is, and these anonymous tools that come up, they're like, doesn't he know that that's the jury's job? Look, fool, it's deeper than that, because if you read the seminal case on this, which is Waller versus Georgia, it specifically notes that the open courts help deter against perjury.
Mm-hmm.
And in the filing today, I told the court, I said, based on my knowledge of this case, substantial perjury happened in that case.
So what was it exactly that you filed today? Tell us about that.
Okay, this is the state. Okay, this goes into Waller. Let me finish reading this and I'll tell you what it was.
Okay.
Okay.
It didn't come through, by the way. I don't have it.
The link didn't come through?
Nothing came through. Are you
Tell you
on
what,
the right chat?
Yeah, can you go to my Facebook?
Yes.
If you go there, the third story down from the top is gonna be the first one's gonna be that picture of Austin or Hunter doing the AOK sign when he's a kid, and then the second one is another jackass prosecutor that made a run at me on the indictment that got dismissed after I went through voir dire and I said, let's go. I was ready to go to trial. Yeah.
Okay. I think I have what you're talking about.
Then the third one, as soon as at the very top, there's a link there. It's a long link. KingCast.
Oh.
Yeah, right. Okay, that link.
Well, just a second.
Uh-huh.
You said it's within the status. Okay.
It's the third one. So the third story down, you see that big ugly face, right, with Bill Albrecht with the mustache.
Yep, it's loading.
Okay, so yeah, you go down below that, then it's the link at the top of that one, right?
Okay, I'm gonna share this.
Okay, great.
You're speaking of this, right?
Now, speaking of that,
okay, tell us about it.
So if you go to page 19, people can read along and big it up a little bit.
Okay, page 19.
Oh, you don't got right, but that's it right there. That's it.
Okay.
And
make it bigger.
There you go.
All
okay.
right.
So, credibility or what happened in the courtroom. Okay. So now, one thing I will mention while we're on that piece right there, okay, is that since that's in the exhibits, I want to tell you what the footnote before that said, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And when it talks about open courts, and it's paragraph 14 from the case, the seminal case, and it says, In addition to ensuring that judge and prosecutor carry out their duties responsibly, a public trial encourages witnesses to come forward and discourages perjury. See N. Ray Oliver, Douglas versus Wainwright, string side of cases right there. So I drop a footnote and I said, based on review of all available materials in this case, intervener, that's me, feels confident that multiple episodes of perjury were occasioned in this matter. And on information and belief, the way that the so-called enhanced video was shown, the members of the public, many of whom saw the original video of Frisco ISD, could not see it because they turned it a certain kind of way. So as will be further explored in the Parker Doe mandamus too, because see, I wrote a petition mandamus that gave me standing already. The mandamus was written to open the court up. All right. I got to backtrack on this. So before I even knew, well, let me think. Yeah, it was before the Dream Team was even here. Right. I had filed into the case because I wanted to know, I wanted to open court. And so that mandamus petition was never circulated. And this is in Attorney Russell's, Attorney Wilson's filing. It's in there, paragraph 109, because the court got it. And it did not. You guys got to follow me here because it's going to get tricky, but just stick with the winner. Stick right here. I'm going to explain why this is so important. I messed up on the first one. I wrote this in like a day. So it was Tiffany Billions and some other people, paralegal, that helped build it. But there was no law in it. It was like a shell with the facts, but no law or nothing. So I did that and put the table of contents the right way, the right form, did all that stuff. The first one wasn't perfect. That was on the 4th, I think. And they dinged it right away. I came back that night and I stayed up. My girlfriend and I was sitting here. I was sitting in bed all night long with like one finger on the keyboard, just getting through it, right? Just getting through it. So I filed, I got it ready, and I corrected it. And so I filed for reconsideration. They ignored it right away. Boom. But not only did they ignore it, they failed to serve it to the defense counsel. They only sent it to the prosecutor. That's dirty pool. And if you people got to start reading and learning and listening and learning, because at paragraph 109 or 106 of the motion for new trial, Attorney Wilson mentions that. And so that's a boo-boo. And let me tell you why this is so important, guys. All right. Wake up, beloved.
I'm here.
In the state's filing, there are certain things you have to do when you quasi-close or close a case. Close a court, okay? In this instance, we know it was not a total closure, but it had the effect of being something proximate thereto. So, very important here is what they did was they went back a step. So it'd be one thing if the court was the same way all the time, but what they did was first they allowed the overflow room during voir dire when they select what's called the petit jury, the panel, small panel. They allowed that for people to sit in the room, okay? But then when they went to the trial itself, all right, no. So there's a reduction. I call it like, a downward, a downward departure, which is a legal term that kind of applies to sentencing, but it's applicable here. It's a downward departure from what was given. When you do that, it has to be on the record and it has to be agreed, signed off on, and filed with the court. Whatever happened in this case was not filed with the court. They were trying not to have a record. Right. And that's what Russell did. People don't realize what Russell's job was in the team. It was to build a record because the people in that county did not want a record. There's not even a record of how they hired Steve Stoller. We're going to get there. All right. When they fired Derek Jackson for giving me the trial schedule.
Yeah. So you were the media source that Derek Jackson released the trial schedule to, and that's the reason why he was called into Judge Roach's chambers, chewed out, and then immediately let go. Okay.
You're damn right. You're damn right. And along with that, beloved, we're going to get back to finish this letter real quick. But with that, I'll play for you in a minute what Bayboy said about that, because this is very important. Bayboy was aware that the prosecutor was hella mad. Well, wait a minute. And they're blaming me. They're like, King Cast got Derek Jackson fired. No. The trial schedule was never subject to the gag order or the protective order. And Russell Wilson proved that at trial.
Okay.
It said that. Yeah, go ahead.
what was the reason that they gave Derek Jackson that he was terminated then if the schedule was not a part of the gag order?
Well, a certain song comes to mind. Steve, your
Stop. It's already the video's already demonetized.
oh, my bad.
I know,
my bad.
we know the song. We know the song. Go
My
ahead.
bad. You know what? Since I don't do the monetization thing. That's another funny thing is that people get on me for like, he's a grifter. I would, I would never have done that if it occurred to me to take your money away. I never would have done it. But
It's not even really about money. It's about
I know.
visibility.
I'm just saying.
It's about visibility. If you're not connected to the
oh.
AdSense, then you're not connected to the algorithm. And it's important that we stay connected to the algorithm so the video gets out there.
I see now. See, yeah, I get it. See, that just shows how much I don't know about monetization or any of it. I just do it because it's the right thing to do, and I got a job, man. I was out for a little while, but then, I worked for a cool law firm. Now I'm good. I don't, I may eventually when I get around to it, I got to pay somebody to help me put that together. I'm too busy. But so anyway, where was I on this issue of
Derek Jackson?
Yeah, and Bayboy and knowing all this information, okay? And the fact that Derek didn't violate anything, yet was threatened with 180 days imprisonment for doing his job.
What did he? Have you spoken to Mr. Jackson before?
Nope,
No.
but he said what he needed to say on that stand, and I could tell he's a man in his position that if you living down there and you used to work for these people. Because remember now, I was a corporate attorney in Collin County. That's another thing they hate. And then Worski got up talking all this. These people, they're not even from here. What are they even doing here? And I'm like, fool, I was a corporate attorney in your town, working with the city of Frisco, and I proved it. I'm like,
right.
I don't care if I was Joe Schmo from Kokomo. I have a right to be a journalist in any damn city I want to be in. What are you talking about, fool?
Right.
Just shut up.
So a lot of us were not in the courtroom. What did Derek Jackson testify about the reason he lost his job and
we
things
just covered
of that
it.
nature?
We just covered
did I?
it.
Sorry about that.
Over nothing. Right, because he gave out the information, and Roach was upset about it, threatened him with 180 days. Sure did. Yeah. And then he gets it in an envelope. Okay, like he thinks he's just gonna get chewed out or whatever, this, that, and the other. He gets ready to go on his way. And come to find out that he's hit, and he lost his job, and he picks up this manila envelope and he looks in the envelope and he's like, oh my God, I got whacked. And so that's what happened. And before we go into Steve Stoller and more lack of transparency, let's finish this letter from the Collin County inmates. So they go on to say,
am I on the right page?
Yes, you are. You scroll down a little bit, scroll up a little bit, but you're right there. Okay. No, scroll up a little bit rather.
Right here?
Or I'm sorry, scroll down. It's down. Yeah. There you go. Okay. So keep going a little bit more. Credibility right there. Okay. So then his affidavit gets even sharper. See, I filed an affidavit in the court. So what I'm doing is I'm creating an evidence trail, and they know it. But if they just gave access, there would be no evidence trail to create. I just walk into court. It would be open court. You can't keep blaming me for everything that you're doing that's wrong. You see? Right. I'm not having it. You can dismiss me with that noise. All right. So the letter continues. And see, again, I'm gonna tell you, I haven't even got to the point of why the mandamus brief that went in is so important. I'm gonna get there in a second. So let's go back to this though. So the affidavit gets even sharper. King says that the courthouse felt like a substantially closed venue. He says even arriving 4:00 a.m. left the line already 30 to 40 people deep. He says he understood voir dire was available in an overflow room, but believed the county later pulled back from overflow access for a trial. He also raises questions about media coordination, Stephen Stoller's role, county records, and payments tied to that public information operation. To be clear, these are King's filings and affidavit statements, not court findings, but they matter because they show the transparency issue was not invented after the verdict. The access fight was already happening in real time. The question is simple. If this was truly an open public trial, why were journalists and members of the public fighting so hard just to see, hear, and to document what happened inside that courtroom? Let's keep digging, shall we? I could not have written that better myself.
Yeah.
And I was a daily news journal. I could not have written that any better myself. You know, let me get a mic and drop it somewhere, because God, that's what it's about. Yeah,
and this was in the
Collin County Inmates 4.0. I'm just gonna I gotta get my incense going. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question when you come back.
I'm still here. Go ahead.
Okay. Can they still use the Waller if defense didn't raise the objection?
Ha 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 ha! We're gonna make a good team, because that's what I'm getting back to right now. We're gonna go to a certain page in this document and walk people through this. And I say I got about another 30 minutes or so. Then I got to get back to work because I do. But but yeah, I wish I could tell you what I'm working on, but it's I can't. But it involves I can't even tell you that much. It's some hellified research though, and it's right up my alley. It's great stuff. So
okay.
Otherwise I'd give off who I'm working for and what I'm doing if I tell you. So anyway, okay. So we're gonna go to page. Yeah, this is really, really important. Because you're talking about waiver, and that's what the state argued in their brief they filed on Monday. They argued waiver. Okay? Because they said Mike Howard waived it and all that. So let me find the right page for you.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be page. Okay, go to page 7.
Here we are.
It's going to be subsection B, matters subsequent to the Parker Doe mandamus petition. So there's 2 levels here. There's a level before the petition and a level after the petition. They're trying to argue that it was waived before the petition. Now, we've already addressed that in some measure, because in order to waive it, it has to be memorialized and put on the record. Okay? Which it wasn't. If you read Russell's filing, it was never put to record. What they did was they had this, and this is testified to at trial, because this is how they do it in Texas. What they did was they had a silent docket. Okay?
Like you're speaking of the gentleman's agreement right now?
That's part of it. And this
go ahead.
gentleman's agreement and all of this stuff was part of what Attorney Wilson identified as a shadow docket. And there's no need for that, because there are mechanisms by which you can file stuff under seal while the case is pending, and it can be released later. You know, he walked him through. He says, you know, you are aware in federal court they have a thing you can do it this way, right? And you know, Worski was like, oh yeah, but we're not in federal court. And then it was like, well, you know, you can do it here or there, administrative. Basically everybody knows you can file stuff under seal while the case is pending, and then you can open it up later for the general public. But the integrity of the system mandates that you have stuff in the file,
right?
Not in judges' chambers, because you may not know this, beloved. Judge Roach actually asked Attorney Wilson not to share the contents or not to report on what he saw in his chambers, because all these documents were kept under oral protective order in Judge Roach's chamber.
Is that out of the ordinary? That a file is?
It's unheard of.
Unheard of.
It's batshit crazy. And yeah, I said that. It's batshit crazy. Because listen, these people want to take away my speech rights. I'll be damned if you do that, because I know what I'm talking about. And there are too many people who are watching me who could protect me, who know what was going on. Okay? And if the day I stop speaking my mind, that the hell will freeze over.
You should speak your mind. I know I do. Yeah.
I went to school for this shit. Get it? Right.
Yes.
So, and I lived it. All right. So this is what it's about right now. And you can't be having these agreements. Imagine a judge saying, how did I do this one? Yeah. How does it play out? You know, Mr. Wilson, you come on in here, boy. And you look at them files, but you leave out of here. You better not tell nobody what you don't see up in here, boy.
Wow.
That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Then it ain't about nothing else. And I'm gonna call a spade because that's what it's about. It's Texas, damn it. I live there. I know what it's about. Especially Collin and some of these counties. I know what Collin County's about. I lived in it. So, God. Anyway.
How long did you live there?
A couple years. I mean, my family lives in the DFW. But so I lived in Collin. It was a different experience. I was not doing criminal law. I was, like I say, it was wireless. There's a company called Metrocom Ricochet Modem. It was the first wireless infrastructure, mobile wireless infrastructure in the country. And you put this like cigarette pack thing like on your computer, and you like the insignia for the company was like a wingtip and a barefoot like that, and you could go to the beach with your computer, and this is Internet 1.0, right? Like 2000, 2001. Judge Roach was my city councilor. yes, he was
at that time.
Yes, he was. 99 to whatever. He was my city councilor, and he got hit the first time for unethical practices then because it had to do with campaign funds, and he didn't have an infrastructure set up to get campaign funds, but he did. All right, and so the very same thing that his father was involved in that lawsuit, and all these other people was Suzanne Wooten. That very same thing that they accused her of and locked her up for until she sued them and settled for $600,000. The very same thing they were doing. The very same thing they accused her of is gaslighting. They're gaslighting all of us right now. It's what they do.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Right. Miss me with it, fellas. I'm way in front of you. All right. So you can tell I'm hungry. I got to eat lunch, man. I'm just eating these TikToks. Anyway. Okay. So let's get back to this thing. So yeah, that was like 90. So I was there. I lived there. Okay. So now we're getting back to this issue here about the matter subsequent, because I think we covered the matters before I filed the mandamus, and their argument is that it was waived. I'm saying no. So everybody need to focus here, okay? Let's stay above the line here. Above the line, before the mandamus was filed, they claimed that it was waived by Attorney Howard. Said, I have no objection to the court plan. Well, even if that were true, again, it has to be what? I should be a law school professor. It has to be what? Memorialized and set to the record. Otherwise, it didn't happen. And that's what Jeff Metcalf was trying to brag about by saying, oh, well, if it didn't, the gentleman's agreement, if it wasn't memorialized, it didn't happen. Well, how about this, Jeff? And it's also crazy. They want to use it. They want to use these things as both a sword and a shield. Right. I can't let that. I can't. No, that's not working for me. So
let me, in specific to that gentleman's agreement, why do you think that it was not memorialized? Was the intent for it not to be used against them in an appeal process, or?
Let's go back to what I believe the original purpose of the gentleman's agreement really was. It really wasn't to protect Carmelo and extraneous acts under what's 404, 404B, and all this stuff. It was not about that. Carmelo had some stuff on him, but what he had was like this, and what they had on the Metcalfs was like this.
I agree.
You see what I'm saying, right? It's Pac-Man gonna eat that up, right? So, yeah, this was all some good old boy shit. That's all it was. Okay. So now, so that's out of the way. So that's why they like I say, they were trying not to create a record. But that's again what Russell Wilson and his team did was they did a masterful job of creating as much of a record as they could.
Right. Okay. Right. So now that the gentleman agreement and all that's on the new trial hearing record, it's now able to be considered in the appeal process.
That's correct.
Okay.
So now we're still back in the first part. We're still in this part now where we're above the line. I have not filed a mandamus yet. Okay. The Parker Doe mandamus is not filed yet. We're still above the line. So I think we kind of close that out now with the fact that no, it's supposed to be memorialized, and it was not.
Okay.
And so I remember at the hearing, they talked about the factors they put down. They got in this young guy to testify about how he was the Waller expert to make sure it was all done properly. I don't give a kitty how you did all of that. You never filed it. So it's moot. And there's a law that says you cannot come in here. I'm going to read it right now. You cannot come in and post hoc fix it. So from Waller, a 1984 case, it says The post hoc assertion by the Georgia Supreme Court that the trial court balanced petitioners' right to a public hearing against the privacy rights of others cannot satisfy the deficiencies in the trial court's record. The assertion finds little or no support in the record and is itself too broad to meet the press enterprise standard. Don't worry about all that, but you get the gist of it. It don't work.
I agree.
Yeah. Right. So now we get to what's so important about the timing of the mandamus and why I keep putting stuff into the record that annoys the shit out of them. All right. I'm sure some of it may annoy everybody to a point, but it's a separate track. Somebody says, Carmelo's got lawyers. That's irrelevant because it's separate tracks. Carmelo's lawyers are working for Carmelo.
Mm-hmm.
I am working for John Q. Public.
Okay. So your defense into doing your filings is you're doing this for the public, not for. Okay.
Yes. And it's a whole different thing. And so, a matter of fact, before I go to that part of the argument right now, I'm going to read you something that is in the file. I'll get something on my phone here. So not in the file, but rather in the, I sent this off to an email today to explain this to somebody today. And how it reads is this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Yes, journalists and media organizations routinely file formal legal motions to intervene in criminal cases, specifically to challenge the sealing of records or the closure of courtrooms. How media access works, standing to intervene. Although journalists are not parties to criminal prosecution, as was noted in the letter we were just reading, the courts widely recognize that news organizations act as surrogates or proxies for the public.
Okay.
First Amendment right. The Supreme Court has established the presumptive First Amendment right for both the public and the press to attend criminal trials, pretrial hearings, and view corresponding judicial records. Okay. Motions to unseal or to open. When a judge orders a courtroom closed or seals specific evidentiary or investigative documents, media groups such as Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press, blah, 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 regularly file motions to intervene for the limited purpose of opposing the closure or requesting the files be unsealed. Fancy that. So,
understandable.
How did I learn all this stuff? Well, I studied First Amendment law under a guy named Bill Marshall. Who is Bill Marshall, you ask? Well, Bill Marshall is a pretty talented lawyer himself, and he actually served as media attorney for Bill Clinton. So
interesting.
So I've been taught by the best, right? And yeah, right.
Have
and
any of the motions that you filed helped in any way?
Well, yeah, because they're in the record. Like I say, Russell put it in
the record.
Right. Because this is what's so important. So they're helping right now because what's going on is that, say, for example, if the court were to come in and say, if the reviewing court says, no, it was effectively waived. If for some reason, I don't see that happening, but it's possible, right? Mm-hmm. So even if they say there was a waiver and it wasn't, even though it wasn't memorialized correctly, again, that's the problem. Okay, it was not memorialized. You cannot lose sight of that. Waller is very protective of that right. Remember, guys, it's a Sixth Amendment right for the defendant and a First Amendment right for us. But in arguing the First Amendment right, it's going to broach the Sixth Amendment right. But in case, anybody who reads my documents, I don't mention the Sixth Amendment much because that's not my job. That's Russell's.
Gotcha.
The First Amendment is over here. That's what I'm arguing. And of course, I mentioned there's a splash over, but I'm crossing a line if I start hammering on the Sixth Amendment right to Carmelo. That's Russell's job. My job is over here. His job is over there.
So you're particularly attacking or tackling the First Amendment and not really the legal aspect on the Carmelo Anthony case when it comes to his criminal case. Just basically go ahead.
Yeah, there's splash over. There's going to be splash over. But Russell's going to go 10 times deeper into that aspect than I ever would because that's his client.
Gotcha.
I'm over here.
Makes sense.
Right. For John Q. Public. Right. Which I've done. Oh, my God. I mean, I've done it for so long now, like decades. Like I just today or yesterday, I ran a search because I was an assistant state attorney. I ran a search for that, Like I just said, well, you know what? Let me run my name and assistant state attorney and see what comes up, right?
Mhm.
Well, I found it. And I'm gonna take this time and read it to you. It's real short, right?
Mhm.
It's Exhibit A. It's Exhibit A. We gotta get into Stoller too. We gotta unpack all this stuff, right?
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
oh, we're gonna definitely into Stoller. So let's do that. Let's close up. So what we're gonna do next? Okay, let me make a note. All right, we're going to do Stoller's in there, but before we get to Stoller, we're gonna finish the analysis of Waller. Yeah, we're gonna do Waller and Stoller, and then I got to get out of here. All right. So, Christopher King, comma Lee Fisher, Ohio Attorney General. Christopher King is a former. And remember, like I said, we started this off with this prosecutor saying I'm none of that. I don't know if he's
Right.
ever passed the bar. I don't know if he's licensed. Dude, I was again a lawyer in your neighborhood. So they have to take that from us. Niggas can't have nothing.
True.
So, all right. Christopher King is a former Ohio Assistant State Attorney General who served under Lee Fisher, the 44th Attorney General of Ohio, who was in office from 91 to 95, which approximates my time. But I was also there for like another year later. Anyway, so profile summaries. Christopher King, JD, the algorithm hasn't caught up with me getting the license again this year. So it says an investigative journalist, legal researcher, and filmmaker who holds a Juris Doctorate from Case Western Reserve University, which was like 40th in the country at the time. All right. He is known for founding KingCast and has spent decades acting as an independent journalist focusing on civil rights violations, mortgage fraud, and police misconduct. Early in his career, he worked as an assistant attorney general under both Lee Fisher and his successor, Betty Montgomery. Okay. I couldn't have written it better myself. You know, AI is kind of fun every now and then, except it destroys our wildlife. But so that is my summary, and that's what I do. Now, getting back now to why the second part of the Waller analysis, what you have is, let's assume arguendo that they grant the state's argument that it was waived.
Okay.
Here's what I wrote. Page.
What
Law and
page am I?
argument. Go to page 5.
Go to page
No,
5.
no. Go to page 7.
Okay, we're here.
Okay. Subsection B, 3B, matters subsequent to the Parker Doe mandamus petition. The state's argument that defendant waived these concerns fails on its face because defendant never even knew about the mandamus in the first place. See? So when a mandamus is put in by an outside source, that's supposed to be heard by the parties. Right? So keep going down paragraph. See that 106 right there?
Yes.
That's Russell's filing. That's the motion for the new trial.
Okay.
And so what it says down here, not under 106, but the second paragraph under 106, going toward the bottom of page 7. The point is underscored by a proceeding that unfolded outside the defense's, knowledge. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because what they said was the full scope of closure became apparent only after trial, when present counsel obtained the declarations of members of the public who have been excluded. And you and I, we both know who some of those people are, right?
Yeah.
So a motion for new trial is a proper vehicle to raise that claim under Dixon. All right. So before trial, a member of the public filed an emergency motion petition for writ of mandamus in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, seeking relief from the same access order. Okay. They denied that motion on procedural grounds on June 4th. Like I told you, the table of contents wasn't right. The first day of testimony, and the very day the overflow accommodation was withdrawn. Then it cites the thing. But on his motion for reconsideration, which was perfected, long night, buddy. The district, because in a motion, okay. The relator served the district attorney. That's a long paragraph, but bottom line was that the court's supposed to give that to parties involved, and it did not. That's not good because you're supposed to argue it. Get it? Got it. Right?
Yeah.
So the public access challenge was pending and litigated as the trial approached and proceeded, And the state was on notice of it while the defense was left unaware. So, that's arguably another ethical violation here from Bill Werski, because he's supposed to, he says, hey, man, he should have supposed to call, hey, did you get that mandamus that King filed? When are we going to schedule that for argument?
Right.
I'm just screaming my head off right now. This is so corrupt. Okay. So now the bottom line in all of this is simple. Procedural and substantive due processes are both violated when a member of the press, now you understand procedural and substantive, like the procedural thing is what's the order of business? How's it supposed to be executed? The substantive is like when it's something like it's heavy, man, that affects like your rights, like it's material. So in other words, a procedural due process issue could say, okay, we're supposed to hear those motions on Tuesdays. Okay, but we heard it on Wednesday. But we still gave you your due process during the hearing. That's procedural due process. Not a big deal, most likely. But if we didn't have your hearing at all, that's substantive due process. Right. So now, the bottom line of all this is simple. Procedural and substantive due processes are both violated when a member of the public perfects a Waller mandamus and the matter is not heard on record. This is particularly true when the concerned lawful public citizen, which I am, is a known and established member of the press and a licensed attorney who has already submitted a notice of media coverage detailing their credentials and experience covering murder trials. Jesus Christ on a bicycle, right? I mean, this is some hillbilly shit, man. I gotta call it like it is. So that's what's going on. And then now we're gonna dovetail. Let's blend on over into Steve Stoller and this stuff. Okay.
Okay.
Next paragraph.
Can you remind the audience who Steve Stoller is?
Oh, we're about to get there.
Okay. You said
Steve
next.
Stoller is the guy who replaced Derek Jackson. Okay.
Gotcha.
We're about to get there. I'll tell you what page to go up to. Okay. So anyway, so I indicate in closing that the sua sponte wrongful termination of Derek Jackson. Sua sponte means the bench just said, you know what, I'm doing this. Okay. Because and also the whole closure, the court closure was also not requested by the state or the defendant. I mentioned that from the outset. I said, this is odd. Usually when somebody wants a court closure, it's usually going to be the defendant because they committed some heinous crime. Some, as they say down south, some heinous crime, that they don't want people to see it and all that. They don't want it public, Maybe they even want a bench trial because it's so heinous. They want the judge to just, whatever. That's not what happened here. This was Roach being an activist judge.
Activist judge.
Yes. And so the thing that they like to accuse, liberal judges of, they both do it, but this is blatantly activist. And by the way, I may mention this too. They hate First Amendment speech. Let me take another sidetrack real quick. Bill Paxton, Ken Paxton, he's got a buddy online, and he's the moderator of the Carmelo Anthony post-trial discussion group. All right. His name is Scott Monroe, I think. This cat, they blocked me over there. And so I won the right to receive, like when they wouldn't give me Derek Jackson's personnel file, I knew it was bunk. So I went up, I briefed it to the Attorney General, Ken Paxton. And they ordered on August 4th, I'm supposed to get that file. They only gave me one page out of that file. One page. It was like an adverse employment action, September 16th, 2025. It just basically said you're going to get demoted, but your pay is the same. You're no longer exempt, blase, blase. No predicate for that. I don't know what is it, okay? And I didn't ask for his personal stuff, like his, nothing about his wife, his health, none of that. I just want to know, what were your positions in the department? When did you hold them? What were your duties? And any disciplinary actions? So the judge, he received the disciplinary action from Judge Roach, but they didn't want to cough it up. Yeah. So now we come on from that piece, and I'm supposed to get that, but they don't give it up. Oh yeah. So back to Scott Monroe. So on Scott Monroe's page, I noticed some chick named Jocelyn, whatever, Jacqueline, she's saying, "Oh, you are a dangerous person. You don't the world is better off, the public is better off if you don't have those documents." And I was like, "I'll thank you kindly to not tell me what it is I need, woman." You know, Ken Paxton already said I'm entitled to them. So the 30 days has not run yet. It's going to be running in the next couple of weeks. And then, then the second mandamus is coming for the original video, the balance of Derek Jackson's file, right? And then the autopsy game. But the autopsy stuff is going to be a topic for another discussion. That's take us way off base today. But yeah, so that's coming next. So let's get back to Monroe and this hatred of the First Amendment, because look at what Roach did, Legacy Media. Look at what Worski did, blasted me as one of the heads of our network out here. Okay, then they keep saying to me that I'm filing sham lawsuits. I don't have a history of filing sham lawsuits. I've never been deemed a vexatious litigator. I don't have any sanctions or faulty. Nobody ever made an order saying I filed a frivolous anything except once in 1996. And that was bullshit. No, we're not getting into all that, right? But no. But guess who did file a sham lawsuit? Ken Paxton. The Act Blue lawsuit in Massachusetts in June got thrown out. Basically kind of like an under anti-SLAPP kind of thing up there, right? Because the court found that they were going after the funding mechanism for Act Blue, which used credit cards, debit cards, gift cards, stuff like that, I think, right? Well, Elect Red does the same thing, but Paxton didn't say nothing about that. So basically, the court slapped them down and said, this is basically a sham lawsuit. It's out of here. So while they're busy projecting onto us that we're filing these sham lawsuits, they're the ones doing it.
Of course.
And I'm here as the mouthpiece trying to educate people as to how to protect your First Amendment rights. Be aware. Know what's going on. Exercise your First Amendment rights. And you come get them. I'll tell you, I know how. I live, eat, and breathe this stuff, man. So next, let's come back now to the second part of Waller. Yes. That's where we are. That's right. So that's where we are right now. Yeah, we're coming back to where we just were. So again, you have to present it to counsel in order to review it and argue it. And they didn't do that. So even if Carmelo should be unfortunate enough to lose before I filed, the fact that I filed and they never reviewed it, that's another layer of safety. Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So there's that piece. And speaking of safety, I just want to tell you this. Did you know what? No shoulders were broken in this relationship.
And who am I looking at?
That's me and my dad.
You and your dad. Gotcha.
No shoulders were broken in this relationship.
We have a question on the screen for you.
Yeah. Oh, let me see it. Is it in the comments?
It's on the screen. If you look at the screen.
Oh, Batson. Okay. Arrogant swine. Yeah, you are swine. Yeah, you're wrong, and you're swine. You don't know what you're talking about. Those boys had a pattern of jumping people. They did it. They set out to get Carmelo that day, and something happened under that tent that is not Carmelo's fault. Anytime you go around throwing girls to the ground, breaking their arms, choking your mother, breaking your father's shoulder, you were bound to wind up in a bad situation. Too bad, so sad. Hard cheese. Shut your mouth. Traveling mompreneur. Batson. Okay, so they were cruising for a bruising, dude. All right, Batson. And dude, another thing, you'll be the first one to come call somebody like me when the system screws you, right? And I'll be the first one to defend you because I do that regardless of skin color, regardless of what McAfeeans say. I'm down for you if you were being screwed by the man, all right? But you guys are the ones who are disingenuous, and you don't care about Carmelo because he's black.
This is true.
Shut up. Just shut up. All right. Batson. No, okay, so Batson, I can run through Batson for a quick second. Then we'll go to Stoller. Then I got to get out of here. Okay. The Batson challenge is interesting. Again, very tough to win. You have to show that the one side is using its peremptory strikes in an unfair way based on a immutable characteristic, like sex, age, mostly race, though. Batson's race. It's got to be race. Right. So in this instance, there were the argument was because they were educators, and then it got to, well, what kind of educators are they? And I think the argument was, okay, well, they're educators who work in schools, for school district, that kind of educator. We don't want them because they could be sympathetic to young students, and they might not want to sentence them harshly enough or something like that. I got to tell you the truth. I did not focus on Batson that much. I'm just telling people what the general themes are. And so once the defense says, hey, you're striking these people because they're black, then the state comes back and it says, no, I have a legitimate neutral rationale here. Okay. It's similar to the employment context where they say, I have a legitimate non-discriminatory rationale and here's why it happened. It's similar to that. They say, no, this is the reason why. It's because they're educators. Then you come back and then it goes another couple more levels after that. And you go back and forth to determine, is what you're saying pretextual because you're really doing it for race, And I don't know enough about the background of all the people, all the jurors who were involved to make a conclusive opinion on Batson and its likelihood or whatever. But I do know that those are general themes because some of the educators that there were two that stayed on the panel, and I think those two were educators too, but they might have been a different type of educator. Then that goes back to what was the reason given for these educators? Was it because they were, elementary school or what? You know what I'm saying? So that's the Batson thing. Oh yeah. Okay, so they're saying the Dream Team announced it today as part of their appeal. Well, damn, of course they should. Yeah, of course they should. I mean, I'm just saying that I didn't focus a lot on Batson. I'm not saying they shouldn't have, but yeah, they damn well should have. Right. I'm sure they will. Right. Yeah, exactly. Now, the last thing is on Stoller, because the whole Stoller thing is essential to the integrity of all of this and the lack of integrity that I'm seeing. Because we already discussed how they drummed Derek out of work. Mm-hmm. Now, who do they bring in? Steve Stoller. Okay, let's take you to page. Let's go to the Stoller documents. Stoller documents are going to be at page. But for on your way down to the Stoller documents, stop off at page 22.
This one.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That is a conservative, Republican white city councilor in New Hampshire. The government was like doing things inimical to the First Amendment. They were putting restrictive speech policies in place at the school board. And I didn't like it. And I didn't have a kid. I don't even have children, but I was like, you're not going to do that. So I drafted a lawsuit, right? So, and he caught wind of it. And he says, give me a call, Mr. King. I like this, right? And I'm not even licensed in New Hampshire, but I ran the title company. People knew who I was, And he says, let's do this. So he offered to fund the lawsuit. The newspaper called up and they said, wow, you guys, we got to put you on the front page, man. This is important stuff. And I'm like, well, yeah, it is. So all these people want to jump down my throat. And I'm like, no, man, I'm not having it. So scroll to 23. Go to the next page.
23.
Uh-huh.
That's you right there. I take it.
Yes, that's me right there with the city councilor. That's right.
Cool.
Uh-huh. I'm 40 then. I'm 61 now. God. Anyway, free speech. City attorney agreed with Pear. All right. Now going back up to 21. One more. It's right there.
Okay.
There you see, I got a commendation from the city for doing that. I recognize as a journalist all these things, all these qualifications that I have to prove every time. Well, I don't have to, but I do because I want to shut people up, right? So now let's get on to the Stoller documents. Those are going to be at page up a little bit. Go to page 14. 13. Go to 13. God, am I hungry? I keep eating these TikToks. Oh my God, I'm so hungry.
Tic Tacs or TikToks?
Tic Tac. All right, man. Freudian slippages. Okay. Are you at 13? Yeah. So here's where I ask for Stoller's contract.
Okay.
Read that.
Mr. King, Collin County has completed its search for records responsive to PIR 714491. The county has confirmed that there was no contract for Mr. Stoller. Therefore, the county has no response contract to provide. Thank you. Shannon reveals public information officer.
Yes. Answer to traveling mompreneur. Mom, that's me. Was Jackson set up, or did he really take a call from a real independent journal? That's me. I have the email from him. I should show it to you guys. As a matter of fact, in a minute I will. So that's another thing. Before we get back into Stoller, another lie that Worski propagated was that I'm a merchant of disinformation. No. Some of my emails I wrote to them, the cheerleader subpoena came up. And you just have to take my word, man. I'm not going to dig that crap up right now. But I wrote, and I specifically asked Attorney Howard, and I said, because they're on a group email chat, and I says, hey, man, this subpoena is floating around. Is it real or not? But I also told him, I know this is difficult because you may not be able to answer me, because of the standing orders. But I want you to know that I'm concerned. Because I don't want to put out false information. Mm-hmm. And number two, I don't want somebody telling me my information is false when it isn't.
Right.
So I asked not only him, but I asked the court clerk. I was like, I need to know. And so what it was that
here's another question for
you.
Hold
on a second. Queen's Ray, pull this motherfucker up. Who is Queen's Ray? Can you bring this dude up on the panel? Queen, hop on the panel. Let's talk. He said, I don't believe this man. He lied. BS lies. Get your ass up on the panel. Let's go.
It's not important. I don't know who that person is.
You're right about that. Yeah, whatever.
I don't know who that is.
They never challenge. They never want to debate you. Like you. I said, let's have a Charlie Kirk debate. They never will. So yeah, you forget about him. All right. So
there's another question right here though. So traveling
that's what I was
mom.
talking about. This one here. This one. Yeah, did he take a call from a real independent journalist? You must have come on after we already discussed this. Oh, I gotta play the Bay Boy part. I've got to do that. You people have to hear the Bay Boy part. This is crucial. So we'll do that. Then we'll come back to Stoller in a minute because it all kind of dovetails. So when Derek Jackson gave me the information on the trial schedule, pay attention now. Mm-hmm. The trial schedule only. He wrote me and said, these tactical issues regarding these matters are not part of the gag order or the protective order. I can inform you of that. Okay. And he did. And again, guys, you don't believe me, wait for the transcript to come out from the hearing last week because Russell Wilson addressed it. So I don't care if you believe me or not, it's going to be in the transcript. All right.
I don't know. This is their first time here.
I know. So they may not know. I'm just letting people know, but some people may, I'm just letting them know it will be there. There's no BS lies. It's in there. So now let's do the Bay Boy thing. Here we go. Click on that. Open Google Chrome. So now Bay Boy is a online personality. He has, decent sized following. He's pretty big following. And he's connected with certain right wingers. I won't even get into right now. But when I published the information, of course, about the trial schedule, and they did not want it that way. So, but Bay Boy heard is that the DA was hella mad, right? Yeah, it's traveling mompreneur. It's me. It's me. So no, y'all are good. You're all good, man. So what was said was that Worski wanted people to come later because remember the trial started in the middle of the week. And the idea here was, and you're going to hear it straight from Bay Boy, is that people would come early, they would exhaust their resources and have to go back to work, and they would miss the substantive part of the trial, which started on Monday. Mm-hmm. See? So since when does a trial attorney want less people to see them perform?
Where did you put the link for Bay Boy?
Oh, I've got it right now. I'm going to play it.
Oh, you're going to play it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. All right. Hold on. get the floating player? Hold on. Makes it easier to do the time. Can't get the floating player. Okay, I'll find it there. Just give me a second. Right away.
No problem.
See, it's hard to find the space bar to get the. Come on, man. I'm trying to get the thing to advance. Hold on.
Okay.
There it is. I got it. I got the bar. Okay, got the bar. They make it so tiny. Right. Okay, he's saying that the jury's been selected. He doesn't really know what he's talking about there.
We can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear? Let me give it to you then. Okay, maybe I have to. Let me just give it to you. But no, you should be able to hear through my mic though. Hold on. You should. Oh, you know what? For some reason, it's weird when I play it on a computer, it won't work. So you're gonna get this document, you're gonna get this file, and you're gonna advance to about. Let me tell you where to go to. You're gonna go to 545.
Okay, 545.
All right, here you go. Hold on.
And are you putting it in the private chat?
I put it in the main chat. I don't care. Yeah, everybody can take it now. You can listen to it. Hell, yeah. It's in the comments right now. So
I don't think I can click on it. I won't be able to click on it. You have to put it in the private chat.
Private chat. Got you. Okay. All right, now you got it.
All right.
See, though, so while you're loading that up, one has to wonder, how does Bay Boy know all this right after it goes down? It's not like Worski went on, out to major press and did a press release saying I'm hella mad. He would never do that. Why would you do that? Okay.
Right.
So yeah, go on to
545.
Yeah.
Let me.
Competing cast law and journalism. And I'll tell you right now, before we get into trial gate, I want to tell you, it doesn't surprise me if I'm not selected. Okay, but it's the. Yeah, what I'm saying is, I don't. If I'm not selected, it's the process.
I think it wants me to just play the video.
To another installation of cast law and journalism. And I'll tell you right now, before we get into trial gate, I want to tell you, it doesn't surprise me if I'm not selected, okay? But it's the process that concerns me, all right? Before we get into any of this, first, I want to say this. The allegation is being made by Bay Boy, and there we see Bay Boy, by the way, with Derek Jackson's private information from Sarah Fields that's sent to him. That's weird. But anyway, the allegation is made that this man, Greg Willis, is upset about this information coming out in terms of a trial date because it didn't fit with what his scheduling wanted to be in terms of managing the crowd. I couldn't care less what he thinks. Unless there was an agreement that he made with the defense counsel and the court, I couldn't care less. This man cost the taxpayers $1.75 million in a sexual harassment suit. All right. And people are going to talk about me. Oh, no, you're not. All right. Just, yeah. Why don't you look right where you're dealing with in Collin County first? All right. He doesn't run the courtroom. The last time I checked. And if he does, we've got an issue there. Period. Now, let's talk about the fact that, if I'm selected or not, I don't know, whatever, but of most of the media, especially the independent media showing up there, I've got the most experience in courtrooms. Now, I know we're not going to be running video here, but, 7 states, hundreds of videos, judges complimenting me all the time on my professionalism as a journalist. Here's one example.
Your Honor, as a preliminary matter, may I approach briefly on a notice of media coverage? And I'm not sure of your policy here. If you have multiple cameras, if you have one video, one still. I'm Christopher King.
Oh, yes, I received your advance notice. I'm going to have that filed. Does anyone have an objection to Mr. King filming today? Hearing no objection, based upon your notice you previously provided, I will permit your recording. I see Mr. Green here today. None, may view the film as well. Thank you, Mr. King. By the way, you are correct in requesting clarification regarding pooling. At this point, under the circumstances, I'm not going to require pooling. Okay. But going forward, any further requests in this matter or any others, that is an issue that should be raised with the court. Absolutely.
There's an issue of pooling, whether or not you're gonna. I was gonna pool my media. It's a pretty big case, and he didn't require it. And some people got my media later. That's fine. Also, before we go further into this, courts do routinely in high-profile cases release scheduling information. Okay, let's get into it. First, let's pull this up here. Yeah, we might as well just watch it. It's not that long. Now, what it is Derek Jackson had told me, he acknowledged the gag order, and he said, I'm encouraged to reach out to him on confirming or clarifying any information relating to the logistical preparations and to address any claims that are simply inaccurate or not reflective of what is currently taking place. Okay, then. That's what the guy told me. It's a job. Then he further stated that when Sarah had said selected media were chosen to tour the courtroom, he kind of modified that the same way that he modified earlier when Sarah had said that the targeted harassment had occurred of Judge Roach and that he was stepping down. Remember all that? He's the one that wrote the clarifying statement that said that's not happening at all. Judge Roach is still on the bench and not stepping down. Okay, don't forget any of that because I'm not showing it now, but it happened. So anyway, he's clarifying here, and his statement seemed to be at odds with what I was reading. Somebody sent me a screenshot where Sarah had said, all I saw was selected media have been chosen. And I'm like, well, what's this about, right? So anyway, he said that the requests were open until Wednesday, May 20th, right? The final credentialing decisions would be communicated on Tuesday, May 26th. All right. But here's the thing. Sarah's people already know this. All right. This is the leak they need to be concerned about, because whether or not I'm selected ultimately is not the issue. The issue is the integrity, okay, of the process. All right. So let's come back to it. See, Rational Scholar says, I'm not in the jury pool. I'm not in the press pool. Okay. Fact. Sarah Fields is in. Fact. Okay. And Sarah, she's got her connections and all. That's what she talks about. All right. She's got lots of connections. You seem to forget who I am and who the people I work with. And then she says, you seem to forget everything that I've said will come to pass has happened. Well, that's not true, because we just talked about Judge Roach not stepping down off the bench, and there was no targeted harassment campaign by Carmelo Anthony supporters whatsoever. So that's a lie. Okay. Now later on, we're going to get into another matter too, because she got into me the other day about ordering bullying records and mentioned me by name. And she said she was going to show Tiffany and me how to do it right. Well, I went and got it myself, like James Brown, and that came in today. We'll talk about that tomorrow, because she got no more information than Tiffany had. And let's Here we go. Tomorrow. Okay, so let's listen to Bay Boy now.
I've known him for 2 weeks. Jury's already selected. They just got to pick the exact ones. Jury's already been selected. They just got to pick through the last one. It's like basic confirmation from the ones they picked. Jury's been selected. I don't believe nothing. My information didn't come from King Cass, BK.
BK Princess.
I was surprised that King Cass had the information. I'm like, damn. How King Cass know?
Don't be surprised about a goddamn thing you find out that I know, son. I've been doing this for 30 years.
But then I realized how he knew. King Cass knows because he got the inside information from from Derek Jackson. And then King Cass came and told everybody what he did.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. So what? It's not hidden information. Hidden information is the part about the journalists who were selected that was not supposed to be public yet. You're looking in the wrong direction, folks.
Cass's fault. King Cass requested it, and the guy gave it to him. Listen, BK, I know from another way, BK. I haven't even talked to King Cass about this.
And what way is that?
I'm trying to tell you, girl, I know from a whole nother way. And King Cass put out the same shit. So, all gonna come out soon.
Just wait.
The DA, I guess the DA is hella mad right now. Because now people aren't going to show up the first, second, and third. And he wanted people to show up the first, second, and third.
Well, that's on him. But you know, he doesn't own the courtroom. Not last time I checked. And by the way, here's where Sarah Fields is sending B-Boy personal pictures of Derek. Sorry, I don't mean to repeat it, Derek, but it's out there already. Okay. Yeah, that's enough.
That's it.
I can
Okay.
tell you.
All right. So just before we, I know you have to go.
No, we gotta get to Stoller. I promise Stoller, because that's we gotta get to Stoller. But go ahead.
Okay. Who is Bayboy?
He's an online personality that's very, he's very connected with Miss Fields and some other people. He hosts people who tend to be anti-Carmelo. And yeah.
And he was having a conversation with who?
That's on his panel.
Oh, that's on his panel.
The TikTok panel. Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, right.
Okay. All right.
So anyway, so now you get the picture. Okay. So I'm not taking any heat for this. The question is, how does he know? Because he didn't get it from Stoller. I mean, he didn't get it from Jackson. I got it through a proper channel. Like, why is all this shade being cast on Derek Jackson and me? The document, that information was not subject to any of the orders.
Right.
It's just like they made up an issue that was not there. But the issue, you heard him say what the issue was. They wanted people to come the first, second, and third. I didn't make it up, guys. So get up off me. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. So
okay, get the Stoller then. Let's get the
Stoller. Oh yeah, let's go on the page. You want to go to page where we started off on it, page 13.
All right, let me share it again.
All right.
Page 13. There we are.
Okay. Read that.
Okay. Mr. King, Collin County has completed its search for records responsive to PIR 714491. The county has confirmed that there was no contract for Mr. Stoller. Therefore, the county has no responsive contract to provide. Thank you, Shannon Reveals, Public Information Officer.
Yes. I think she's new. Black girl. She's a track star. She runs track, I think. And I looked it up a little bit. Yeah, that's her. Go to the next page.
Okay.
Now she is above. I think she's above Russell Schaffner.
Okay.
So get the next page.
Next page. Okay.
No. Come back up now. Come back up.
Go
right there.
up.
All right. No. You just keep
here again.
Keep coming down to the next page.
Down. Page 14.
Down. Right there. There.
Okay.
All right. That's an invoice. That purports to be an invoice. All right. For strategic government resources, which is, Stoller and the county. Is there a number on that? Do you see a number on that?
Yes. Invoice number 2026-000617, and it does say subject court appointed PIO Steve Stoller.
Okay, right. But there's other number there, 18306. I got to run that too. But also there's a vendor number 280112. Whatever the case is, I looked. I'm going to look again, but I've had several people look to try to find the proof of payments. And again, they already told us there's no contract.
Right.
How are you giving out? How are you awarding a $63,000 with no contract? I'm not going to go into this to the code, but I will tell you that the law was changed last year between $50,000 to $100,000 statewide. I don't think you have to do competitive bidding unless your county says so. And guess what? Collin County adopted a rule that says you should do it. So where are the three bids? Okay.
Right.
And so that's the problem. So I cannot find anything to do with that, with the money. I'm just like, that doesn't work for me. And there's even a phone call. If you look on my Facebook a few days ago, there's a phone call I make to the auditor. And I'm like, that doesn't work for me. And the guy's like, yeah, I know. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm crazy. You know what I mean?
Right.
So then go to the next page.
Next page.
Yep. Okay. That is a similar but much more detailed request from TikTok governor. Okay. He wants to know. And he works for a big ass law firm. This guy, he's not a lawyer, but he might as well be. I mean, he's like the sharpest paralegal I've ever met in my life. And that's saying something. Okay. He's bad. All right. Bad man. Okay. And so
Right.
he's asking for the same thing. All right. And I talked to him this morning. They haven't responded to him either. Okay. So go to the next page. And then we're about to wrap up. But
Okay.
people need to hear all of this. Okay. All right. Now I'll read this part. This is from a video I did talking about the situation. Somebody wrote in, and I'm lucky because I don't see all my comments. I mean, I have so much going on. But as God intended, and I'm not like a religious person, I'm more spiritual, but as the spirits intended, I saw this comment, and it says, this is a person who was at the court every day of the trial, by the way. They said Steve Stoller is a family friend from Florida of Judge Roach that was asked at the last minute to help out with the trial. I think he has a project management background, but nothing to do with court or the legal profession. Apparently, Judge Roach fired the contractor because that person gave out details about the trial that he did not want released to the public. So sound about right, right?
Right.
He was paid, and I believe his travel was also covered, which, I didn't put all this stuff in there, but he's right. It was all covered, right? I don't know how much he was paid, but he was literally flown to Texas for the trial. This is what I learned from journalists that were coordinating their passes with him. So, yeah, it's double hearsay. I get that, all right? But it's still probative of what happened. So, then I respond back, yes, something's fishy in Denmark. And I said, yes, if you're talking about Derek, I believe he got sacked for providing information that the general public and I are entitled to receive. So all of this was before the hearing. This was several weeks ago. And now we had the hearing, and guess what? King Cast was right again. Fancy that. It's like I was a journalist or a lawyer or something. I don't know how that happens.
Right. Yep. You prove them right a lot.
Yeah.
You prove them right
they
a lot.
They hate it. I just want my documents.
And what documents are they withholding from you?
Again, Derek Jackson's personnel file. That they have another few more days to provide me that. But they said there's no contract with Stoller.
Mm-hmm.
I still want the process. There's a process when you're dealing with this stuff. Where are the documents? Where's the order appointing him? This guy just wafts into the atmosphere and gets $63,000. Derek's salary is probably like 110 for a whole year. This guy just got half of Derek's salary in a matter of minutes. So,
right, according to that invoice, yes.
Right. So there has to be documents behind that invoice. The requisition forms. Where is it? Yeah.
And so you were not able to track down whether or not the invoice has been paid. Was it just
no, not yet?
drafted?
I'd imagine it's been paid by now, but I could not, and it wasn't just me. I had other like professional people who deal with this stuff. I had them look for it. They couldn't find it, but we were able to find other payments to strategic government resources. Okay. So, like I'm saying, I even put out there, I said, look, if it's my bad, if I'm not searching the right way, if there's another way I need to do to try to look it up, can you help me?
And why do you think that they are stalling on the documents that I guess you requested them through a FOIA?
Or the state equivalent of FOIA. FOIA technically is federal, but yeah, state equivalent.
Okay.
Public information request. Yeah, Section 552. All right. Yeah, I can't imagine why. I'm sure there's an innocent explanation.
Right. Yeah, we know what that is. Don't want the truth out. Don't want the truth out.
So yeah. Yes, mompreneur. Yeah, you can write me anytime, but this is what it's about, man. And people can try to just crack on me all they want to, man. But I'm asking for things that need to be produced, man. And that's just how it is. I didn't make it this way.
And that's why I'm glad that you came here so you can explain it. Because you had a lot of people questioning like your motives and the reason that you were doing all the filings, and that I have an understanding.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And that's what people needed, an understanding.
Yeah. I'm glad you provided me that opportunity because when I make my moves, I know how I'm making my moves.
You very intelligent. I can just tell. I can tell by the
Actually,
way.
I'm more diligent than intelligent, but I get it done.
You can be both, right?
Yeah.
Flatter yourself,
No,
please.
I'm kind of a dumbass, but it's
I think not. I think not. Sometimes you have to have a very special mind to follow your post. You do.
yeah, that's true.
You have to be very attentive to follow your post, but
Yeah.
you're not dumb by far at
No,
all.
no,
I can tell that you do know the law.
Yeah.
And I am glad that you are able to tell everybody who was wondering why you were filing the filings that you were filing. And I still have one more question, and I can't explain it. It's the same question in the beginning about why the phone call was made, and I can't still explain it to
Okay.
Chitty. Just if you can slow it down before we leave, and you can just
Yeah.
explain for them to understand, because I know it was a good reason.
Sure. I explained it in my letter to I think I put it in this filing too. I can see if I can try to find it in this filing where I actually run it down. But the reason is that I'm looking at this, and people try to say, no, it's you're taking it personally, King. I'm like, no, I'm not taking it personally. When I see, granted, I'm not an officer of the Texas court anymore. I used to be, but I'm not now. But when I see an officer of the court, even though I'm not licensed in that court, committing false acts, candor to the tribunal, no false statements is 3.03, which he clearly did regarding me and others too, I think.
Yeah.
And when I see that this person is a witness also, so he's not just making arguments as an attorney, because remember, the judge allowed him to be a witness also. So he's coming with this joint stick here, okay? And Russell didn't object to that, and they got overruled. But when I see that happening, and he is trying, this goes back to the whole discussion we had about how much they hate us exercising our free speech rights. And when I see that happening, and I'm like, wait a minute. In the one instance, it's bad in general. I could have waited for that. But the part that I didn't want to wait on is that, hey, I have inside information about some of this stuff that the Dream Team doesn't need to be bothered with right now. This is stuff concerning my license that I know he stated. I know facts that he stated were false regarding my moves in this case, and facts that he knows to be false, as in the merchants of disinformation. What I've just shown you that I've been writing the court to ask for clarity and all those things. So if the court is sitting there and they are stuck between which of these witnesses is more credible than the other, I'm like, well, Your Honor, I have inside information about this particular witness that makes him and I would say incredible, but less credible. Now, what you do with that information, Your Honor, is up to you. It's not like I'm calling him and saying, hey, you better find for Mello. I'm like, no, but you have someone that just lied to your face in open court. That should be of a concern to you, right? And it may affect, that lie may affect the outcome of how you make this ruling. So I go to look him up. He's a retired jurist. So I'm pulling his contact information online. I don't know if it's accurate or not. So I see an email address. I send it off. And then I'm figuring I'm calling. I'm going to get a recording or something. I don't know what, there's a phone number there. And I'm only calling to say, hey, did you get it? There's a filing there. Did you get it? Thank you. Good night. Bye. And that's why you hear me say, I'm not here to engage in ex parte. I don't want to say one word about what's in it. I don't want to argue the case or what I filed with him on, and that's why I said Worski's not with us, right? Mm-hmm. So the phone call was for the judge's protection and for my protection, because somebody could come back later and say somebody could maybe audit this judge's phone records and they see a phone call from me. So what do they say? Oh, King Cass called you? I bet he was like, you better vote for Carmelo. You better do this and the other. It's like, oh, well, no. I didn't say none of that. I just want to know if you got the document. And so I know that the optics are not good for that. I will admit the optics are not good for that. What I am less likely to accept is the blame for the circumstances that led to it, i.e., a DA lying his ass off in court.
Right. So basically, you called the judge to just kind of like report on to let him know that he basically were lying. He was lying. Sorry about in court about journalists and content creators.
And that he's not a truthful witness.
That not a truthful witness.
Yes, and
which
so
is the most important.
Right. So that's the thing. So and again, somebody else, we were both writing these things. They didn't follow through on it, but whatever the case, that was the purpose. And so the purpose of the call was not even to do that. Don't get it twisted. The purpose of the call was not to tell him that. That's in the filing, which is also in today's filing, which I'm going to be uploading. Right? It's on the internet, but it's not filed with the court yet. Right? The purpose of the call was just to let him know that there's a document there that has those arguments in it.
Gotcha. And he did. He just
hung up. Was definitely not to talk about the contents, other than to say the contents are there. There's a big difference. One of those things is verboten. So, and it is not unusual to call to see. Any lawyer will tell you it's not unusual to call to see to check to make sure that the court got something, especially when they're retired and you don't know where they are.
But did you call the court or did you call the judge?
I don't know. I mean, the phone number that was there, I don't know what it is. It's just the number that showed up on Google.
Gotcha.
Right. That's the only number I can contact him at.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand now. But but like to your defense in that situation, I did say when someone came out, they were making status about, oh, he called the judge and he ruined Carmelo's chance for a new trial. I'm like, no, Judge Chitty already had his mind made up on Friday. A call is not going to deter. We could tell he already had his mind made up because he said he was going to send an email, which means that he was trying to avoid this potential outburst in the courtroom. So yeah, I know how they play. We all know how they play in the judicial system. And I already knew they probably he already knew what to rule prior to them even choosing. They allegedly had some conversation off to the side, in my opinion. Said, hey, we need you to go in and recuse. Sorry, guys. I have a speech impediment. It is not a secret. Recuse Judge Roach, just so they can act like they got to win. And you know what to do. We're not giving nobody no new trial. It was all an act, in my opinion.
That judge was not co-signing nothing for Carmelo Anthony. All right.
No.
Now, by the way, I did put up a Trojan horse post about that. I said, guys, come on now, don't get too excited about this. You know that when we got the recusal was point blank. They had to do that. It was just too much. He was doing too much. But I guess my closing comment is this: just follow the logic here. Okay. Here we have a jurist who is going to be allegedly principled. He's going to be finding in favor of Carmelo because there is something going wrong in the judicial system and the way the state is handling the case. Okay. This jurist then gets an additional quantum of evidence of malfeasance. And all of a sudden he turns around and says, oh no, I'm not doing that no more.
Right.
Make that make sense.
Yep. It makes sense.
That doesn't chart. Yeah.
At all.
Yep.
At all. So I really appreciate you coming and kind of breaking down the law, breaking down the different processes, the Waller, the Stoller, all that.
Yeah.
Educating us because I don't know the law. I only know what I can research publicly, but a lot of things that are publicly are not in the actual law books, in my opinion. And it's different reading it than it is from an actual attorney explaining it and breaking it down. And I also thank you for explaining to us your reasoning behind, like I said, your filings. Like you said, you're doing it for the public. Your filings are separate from the legal process with Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
You're doing it for us because of the public trial information. We were shut down. and we're still kind of still being shut down, being that the files are pretty much still concealed, and which is very much keeping us out and only them releasing things that they want us to really see, to be
Yeah.
honest with you.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, Leah. Thank you so much for having me, and we'll do it again. As things start developing, we'll do it again. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really thank you, sister.
You're welcome. You're welcome, and you always know you can come back anytime.
Okay.
Anytime. So peace and love. All right.
I need to
Thank
eat.
you so much. We'll go eat. I do too. I got another
Okay.
live to do. Okay.
All right. Now.
Thank you. All right, guys. So this was a very, very long live, and I have another live coming up. So I'm going to take a little break. And when I say little, I mean like 20 minutes. And then we're right back here on Kicking It with Auntie Leah. We got 2 interviews that we want to review together. Nancy Grace is releasing a new interview tonight regarding the Nolan Wells case, and she's also releasing an interview with Jeff Metcalf on it's behind a paid wall, but I have access to that interview because I did pay the fee. So I will be streaming it here if you want to come back and view it with us. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit your notifications bell. And I'll be back in about 30 minutes. Thank you, Truth Gang. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for kicking it with me. And I'm always going to play our anthem on the way out. 20 minutes.
This ain't clout.
No.
This
Love
ain't
you.
No.
It's truth.
True.
It's pain.
Hey.
No matter where it lay, we still going.
Still going.
Truth gang. Truth gang, we been hurt, but we still don't break. Don't break.
Every lie getting heavy, feel the weight that it takes.
That weight. No silence, no fear. We been carrying pressure.
Carry that.
If it's dark, we bringing light. Now it's never.
Right now.
True gang, we been
Standing through the pain in the rain.
through it all.
Every loss, every tear, yeah, we carry the names.
Say they name. No matter where it lead, we still stand.
Still stand.
10 toes in the fire, it's the truth gang.
Down.
We don't move off feelings, we move off facts. Paperwork, timelines, yo, we double check that.
Run it back.
If it don't add up, then we questioning it.
Question it.
If it's hidden in the dark, we addressing it.
Bring it out.
They want silence, they want fear, they want control.
Control.
They want narratives, push that we don't expose.
They lying.
But we build different, yeah, we cut from truth.
Real talk.
We don't water down proof, just to make it sound smooth.
No way.
We ain't running from nothing but a lie. Nah. And when we do run, we running towards the truth.
Go time. Every step heavy, but we still don't fold.
Don't fold.
Because the truth worth more than gold.
True gang.
We've been hurting, but we still don't break.
Don't break. Don't break.
Every lie getting heavy. Feel the weight that it takes. That way. We want the truth. The truth. Nothing but the truth.
They quiet when it matter, but we loud for 'em. Louder. Candlelight tears. Yeah, we cry for 'em. Still crying. They wanna check, try to sell the pain. Nah, but we want truth, we want real names.
Real names.
Ain't no healing if the truth hit. No, ain't no peace if they slide it. They politic trying to twist the story, but we 10 toes, yeah, we fight for it.
Stand on it.
We done seen cover-ups.
We done seen delay.
We done seen
evidence get pushed away.
pushed out.
We done seen families cry with no answers. While the truth get buried under lies and distractions. But we still here and we still pushing forward. Even when it get heavy, we going harder. This bigger than views, bigger than fame.
Bigger.
This about justice, this about names. Say they name.
It's for every mama still crying.
Still crying.
It's for every name they keep hiding.
Say their names.
It's for every truth they deny.
They lie.
We still here, we still rising.
rising.
True game, we been hurt, but we still don't break.
Don't break,
Don't break.
don't break, yeah.
Every lie getting heavy, feel the weight that it take.
That way, yeah.
No silence, no fear, we been carrying pressure.
Carry that.
If it's dark, we bring it light. Now it's now or it's never.
Right now, right now. True game, we been spinning through the pain and the rain.
Through it all,
every loss, every tear, yeah, we carry the name.
say they name.
No matter where it lead, we still stand.
10 toes in the fire, it's the truth game.